Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the City of Hamilton's General Issues Committee budget meeting. I'll be your chair today. My name is Maureen Wilson. We have quorum, and I'd like to introduce the folks who are here in person and virtually. Joining us in council chambers, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Cameron Crutch, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Tammy Wang, Councillor Craig Kassar, Councillor Rob Cooper. Online, Councillor Narinder Nan, Councillor Brad Clark, and Councillor Esther Pauls. Welcome one and all, and welcome to the public who are here in attendance and or participating online virtually in their delegation and or just watching us, or here to support a colleague or friend or acquaintance. It's lovely to see you all. If you are here and haven't been here in a while, or this is your first time, if you have one of these devices, if you wouldn't mind turning it to a non-audible function, just so that it doesn't disrupt the flow of the meeting, and it might throw someone off balance if they're delegating. Thank you all. There are some absences today, and I'd just like to explain the ones that I know of. Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Tattison, and Councillor Beattie are proudly representing this municipality at ROMA, which is the Rural Ontario Municipalities of Ontario. Team Hamilton is there in full force. I was there with them for the last 2 days. I just got off the bus in front of City Hall, and I can tell you we should be extra proud of their efforts. Their delegations were excellent and serving our community very, very well. And I know in keeping with the style and confidence and leadership of Councillor Wang, representing us at AMO, and also Councillor Narinder Nan representing us on the national scale at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So well done all. Thank you. Councillor Clark, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson. I just want to make you aware and councillors and the public aware that I will have to leave at 5:30. I have a Heritage Green Community Trust meeting at 6 p.m. and unfortunately they are close to the line on quorum, so I need to leave early. My apologies.
Thank you for letting us know. Joined here today, Elsie McCrae. Can you advise of any items included in the addendum that we should be knowing about?
Yes, Madam Chair, there were 23 added delegations and 4 withdrawals of delegations. There are also 4 added written delegations.
Okay, thank you. It's moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor McMeekin that we approve this agenda as it's presented to you now. If you could show with your hands, yay or nay, that carries. Thank you. Any declarations of interest today? Seeing none. We are going right into our delegations, which is wonderful. Sorry.
To the chair, there's an error in your chair's procedures.
Oh, dear.
There are 2 sets of budget meetings, one from November 24th and one from November 28th.
Okay.
If we could adopt those, my apologies.
Adopt those minutes? Yes, please. Councillor Crutch and Councillor Wang are moving their adoption. Hands up, please. If you so support the adoption, hands up, that carries. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that catch. On to the delegations. Just a few remarks from your chair, trying to provide some gentle guardrails. This is a general issues committee about the budget. So we are hoping that your delegation will be to give us your best counsel, your best opinion about your priorities, your views about the budget as we know it to date. That would be appreciated. We know that we'll focus on the facts. We will not opine about the intent of any person in this chamber or around the chamber, and we'll all be in good form today, and I'm so very pleased to see so many people here. So without any ado, we will call up our first delegate, which is, okay, thank you, Fred Bennick, please, who's in person. And I forgot to remind everybody, you have 5 minutes. I'm going to be sticking to that because we do have in excess of 20 delegates today, and you'll hear a ding at the 4th minute. That's just to give you a little bit of heads up that you have a minute left. It's a friendly ding, but I will be working very hard to keep you to the 5-minute mark. Delegate Bennett, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Madam Mayor, if you're online, members of council, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I want to start with something fundamental. Council works for the residents, not the other way around. And right now, many residents across Hamilton, especially in Ancaster, rural Ancaster and Flamborough, do not feel City Hall is working for them. They feel unheard, overtaxed, and increasingly skeptical that their money is being spent wisely. Residents are tapped out. Between property tax and water hikes, this council's put over 25% increase in place. During the same period, residents have faced rising mortgages and rents, higher food costs, higher utility bills, higher interest rates, and many folks that are directly and indirectly involved in businesses that are tariff related. Yet every year, the answer seems to be the same: pay more. Residents are no longer asking for moderation, they're asking for relief. What I hear constantly is simple: lower my property tax. I believe the council must work to regain trust. Trust is not automatic, it's earned. And right now, that trust has been badly damaged by repeated tax increases, water increases, poor project management, poor project execution, and a failure to demonstrate basic financial discipline. We've not seen a financial statement since 2023. My guess is we don't even know how much of the reserve funds have been spent. Hamilton's own Auditor General has flagged serious procurement, contract management issues, weak oversight, poor controls, and cost overruns. But residents don't experience audit reports. They experience broken roads, torn up streets, delays, and ballooning construction costs. In terms of Ancaster, where I live, construction spending, we see the waste. It's very clear in Ancaster. Residents have watched road projects drag on far longer than promised, construction zones repeatedly reopened and then closed again, poor coordination between utilities and contractors, finished work that then needs to be redone. And this isn't frustrating, it's expensive. When projects are mismanaged, taxpayers pay twice, once in dollars and in inconvenience, traffic, lost confidence, and higher taxes. Council cannot continue asking for higher taxes while residents watch construction spending fail at the most basic level. Lower property taxes and fund public safety. Residents are tired of being told that these goals conflict. They don't. Approve a reasonable police budget increase is not reckless spending. It is funding a core municipal responsibility. Maybe the most important task that council has. The reality is we have too much crime in our city, not enough police officers, and this is especially true in Ancaster, rural Ancaster and Flamborough. Folks are worried about their own safety. When I was a member of the Police Services Board for 5.5 years, I visited every squad, every frontline officer, every single year, along with senior officers at least weekly. Legislation mandates a minimum number of officers per shift. Over 90% of my visits over those years, minimum was not met. This meant very little time for patrol and even less time to do proactive policing. Public safety is not just about reacting after something happens. It's about visibility, deterrence, reassurance, especially in large rural areas where help is further away. People deserve to feel safe, and a big piece of that is seeing police in their community. Lastly, residents need hope for the future and for the city. This budget is about more than spreadsheets. Residents need hope. Hope they can afford to stay in their homes. Hope that their kids can build a future here. And hope that Hamilton is being managed responsibly. Council has a responsibility not only to balance the budget, but restore confidence and optimism in Hamilton's future. So in closing, Council works for the residents, and right now residents are asking council to lower property tax, fix construction and procurement failures, spend only where required under municipal legislation, allow and encourage upper levels of government to do their fair share, approve police budgets that deliver real visibility, and earn back their trust. The 2026 budget is your opportunity to reset the relationship, show discipline, demonstrate competence, and give residents real hope for Hamilton's future. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Are any questions of the delegate? Seeing none, thank you for your participation today.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to call on Delegate Greg Dunnett of the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce in person.
Thanks to Councillor Crush for not dropping a shoulder there. The opportunity was there.
Yeah, good afternoon, Delegate Greg Dunnett.
Chair Wilson, members of council, city staff, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed 2026 budget. For those of you I haven't had the opportunity to connect with yet this year, I look forward to doing so in the days ahead. By way of a brief introduction, Greg Dunnett, President and CEO of the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is a 180-year-old city-building not-for-profit organization representing more than 1,000 member organizations and over 75,000 employees across Hamilton. Our core focus is straightforward: strengthening Hamilton's economic competitiveness, supporting business resiliency, and advancing long-term prosperity for our community. As Council considers the 2026 budget, it is important to ground this discussion in the reality our business community currently faces. Hamilton remains one of the Canadian communities most impacted by the unjust U.S. trade war, with real and lasting consequences for local employers, large and small. Downtown businesses, along with their employees and customers, continue to feel the negative impacts of the mental health and housing crises, which are impacting safety, confidence, and day-to-day economic activity across our city. At the same time, the housing crisis across the entire continuum is making it increasingly difficult for businesses to attract and retain the talent they need to grow. Within this context, we recognize the challenges before you from a budget perspective: rising costs, growing service demands, and the need to make difficult, future-focused decisions that safeguard the city's long-term prosperity. Hamilton needs a 2026 budget that addresses today's core pressures while also invest strategically in decaying infrastructure to support a growing and aging population. Taken together, this leaves Hamilton businesses heading into 2026 in a fragile position. After another turbulent year, predictability and affordability in municipal costs are not just important, they are essential. That is especially true when it comes to property taxes, fees, and decisions affecting core services that businesses rely on every day. To be clear, Hamilton businesses want a city that works well for employees, customers, and investors alike. Across sectors and firms of all sizes, Hamilton businesses are remarkably consistent in what they are telling us. 5 key priorities continue to rise to the top of our annual survey. Downtown vitality and safety, number 1 in the annual survey 3 years running. Housing affordability, economic diversification and infrastructure investment, support for small businesses, and tax competitiveness paired with sound fiscal management. In addressing these priorities, we encourage Council to deliberate the 2026 budget with 3 guiding principles. Community affordability and competitiveness must remain front and center. Hamilton competes every day with surrounding municipalities for investment, talent, and jobs. Short-term decisions that undermine community safety, long-term viability, or cost certainty ultimately weaken our competitive position. Businesses making long-term commitments are looking for communities that are safe, supported by strong infrastructure, and predictable in their costs. Getting those fundamental rights isn't optional, it is essential to Hamilton's economic future. Second, investments must be clearly tied to outcomes that drive economic activity and long-term prosperity. We must make it easier for businesses to start, expand, and create jobs, while also ensuring Hamilton has the capacity to support that growth. That means making it easier to build more housing, investing in the critical infrastructure that our growing city depends on, and strengthening the institutions that anchor our future, particularly our hospitals. I would ask Council this: How can we credibly position Hamilton as a leading life sciences hub if we are not prepared to invest in our own hospital system? The local share of hospital capital funding is not new in Ontario, and communities smaller than ours have stepped forward to meet their local responsibilities, and we must as well. Investing in hospitals is a critical investment in life sciences, talent attraction, and long-term economic growth. Third, transparency and predictability are critical. Businesses plan years in advance, and clear multi-year signals on taxes, fees, and capital priorities build confidence in Hamilton as a place to invest and grow. When services changes are required, best practices is to communicate early and avoid abrupt impacts. That is why for our business community, we are asking council to maintain blue box recycling collection for the originally recommended 39-month transition period. Continuing this service keeps our streets clean, reduces pressures on landfill capacity, and allows time for the province to address policy gaps affecting non-eligible properties. At a cost of just 0.13% of the tax-supported operating budget, this investment is largely offset by savings from the residential transition, making it a practical and affordable step to supporting small businesses during our period of change. It is also where we are very appreciative of Council's decision to defer implementation of the new stormwater fee until 2027, an approach we support and advocated for throughout 2025. In closing, Hamilton's business community wants to be a constructive partner in building a resilient, inclusive, and competitive city. We appreciate the work of staff, our council, in bringing forward this budget, and encourage continued collaboration to ensure that fiscal sustainability and economic growth move forward together. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sorry about the 8 seconds.
Thank you, Delegate Dunnett. We have 2 members of council thus far with questions. Councillor Tammy Wayne.
Thank you, Greg, for your delegation. And as you know, you've put a lot in your delegation. You talked about downtown revitalization, you talked about cleanliness and safety. You've also talked about streamlining affordability, streamlining the processes in order to do permitting. Then you've also asked for a local share, and you've also asked for, so there's a lot.
Yep.
So as you started off with downtown revitalization, and then you ended with Blue Box. So what type of investments would you like to see over and above what the downtown revitalization strategy engagement is currently outlining? Sorry.
Through the chair, and I think we're still working through that project, so I think that's always in, listen, I think downtown, we had this conversation in December. We've got this great cornerstone in the arena. So word is escaping me.
Investment?
Yeah, we'll call it investment. Perfect. But that's a great opportunity to bring people into our core, have them experience and infuse it with cash. We obviously need to have safety. But I think, I think you're right, Councillor Wang, there is a big ask there. I would also articulate, though, that, and again, these are not issues that are only being faced by the community of Hamilton. However, they are things that have been top of mind and have been conversation points through various delegations throughout our time together as I enter my 4th year in this role. And I think to answer your question, I think, it's still key to, we should not lose sight of our small businesses are just the core of who we are as a community, and the impacts that they've had from the pandemic to raising interest rates to then the tariffs is, little things matter to them, and it's important to continue to invest in them. And again, very supportive of the downtown revitalization plan, and we'll continue to support it and make sure our voice is heard within it.
My second question through you is, it's a little bit of perhaps a is it all right if you send your little blurb and speech into clerk, so then that way we get a chance to read all of the different comments that you have put in there? Because there was a lot, and I know that you were constrained to 5 minutes. So if you could actually send that over to us, that would.
I'll remove the parts where it says smile and pause, but other than that, we'll be good. Yeah.
I also recognize that Councillor Crutch is working on a motion to bring forward on the blue box recycling, because that is something that small businesses definitely in Hamilton are really struggling with. And it's something that I know that he has really taken a champion and a lead on. So I think that that's one of those areas that will hopefully get addressed. But it is something that I think all of us counselors are quite seized with, trying to figure out how best to support our small businesses and ensure that they are still set up for success. But thank you very much for your delegation.
Through the chair, thank you as well.
Up next, we have Councillor Brad Clark.
Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson. Just a couple of quick questions for Delegate Dunnett, if I may. Our building permit report has come out. 2025 is our second worst year in terms of the number of building permits and the value. We consistently are hearing from construction companies and developers that they're laying off staff. Do you have any indication or understanding of where the economy in Hamilton is sitting right now? Are we experiencing headwinds that could cause significant problems down the road?
Yeah, through the chair, I can, just to touch quickly on the housing perspective, I'm definitely hearing the exact same things in terms of total amount of bills, about the impacts on employees to builders, and about the need to make the process as easy as possible to address all areas of the housing spectrum. Because again, I think the affordability of our community is impacting the ability to maintain talent here. In terms of headwinds, I think if I'm being there's definitely headwinds. And again, I think we were the 8th most impacted community according to the Canadian Chamber's study at the start of last year. And that was before the steel and aluminum tariffs that probably moved Hamilton higher up the rankings across the country in terms of communities impacted. When you partner that with high housing costs, our general affordability, I know we're one of the more expensive communities to live in. I would say there are definite headwinds. I will, those are all true. I also think we have lots of positive opportunities, and I think this is where strategic investments can make a positive impact. When you look at the arena, when you look at the steel part, and when you look at potentially making investments in our hospitals, and perhaps that allowing for people who are transitioning through a period of difficulty in a housing or in a manufacturing role to help create and build those spaces. I think those are the areas where we can make a positive impact on our community and help minimize the negative impact of those headwinds.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to gauge exactly what's going on in terms of the economy. I think I'm with you that while we are experiencing headwinds, Hamilton has always been a very resilient municipality. And we deal with things as they come. But if we don't acknowledge their presence, then we could make decisions that could hurt the economy. So it's important that we all be on the same page. So thank you very much for your presentation. As always, it was very informative. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more, Councillor Ted McMeekin, for you, Delegate Dunnett, over here.
Don't touch it. Okay. So, something my grandson would say to me, Grandpa, don't do that. Greg, appreciate your presentation. A couple of things I noted, and that has been troubling me quietly in terms of looking at where we may be heading. One is the whole tariff situation. I'm assuming that the chamber's probably done some initial potential impact on how that's going to in turn impact our community. And so that would be my first question. The second question has to do with your reference to healthcare and Hamilton's contribution to healthcare. As I recall, Chair, I may be wrong, I don't have the figures here in front of me, but I think the request for Hamilton's share was in excess of $300 million over a certain period of time. That's a lot of money to invest in arguably a service that is primarily a provincial responsibility. So how do you see us coping with something Like 340 million would be about, well, I don't need to speculate, but it's a lot of money in terms of the tax levy and what have you. So those comments on tariffs, potential impact, and healthcare potential impact.
So through the chair, I'll go question one and then question two. So absolutely, we continue to work with and monitor our how our manufacturing community specifically, but how all aspects of the tariffs are impacting us. The Canadian Chamber is going to Mexico to engage with the CUSMA, starting that process again, which again, have my own personal thoughts on how much those agreements would be worth the paper they're written on right now. But I think we're going to go because I think it's important that we continue to represent Hamilton as one of the most impacted businesses and provide supports for that. So we were pricing flights today. So I think our continued involvement in that and making sure that Hamilton's voice is heard is important, especially from a business perspective. So I think what I would say is, Councillor Clark touched on that. Hamilton is a gritty city that continues to adapt and evolve, and that ripples through our business community. And we are, I think, businesses are doing all that they can to survive, if not thrive, in this current economic climate. So it's important for us as a chamber to make sure that their voices are heard at a municipal, provincial and federal level, and we will do so. I think, and again, I would defer to our members and our partners at the hospitals, but if the current rules state that we have to invest the funding to get the hospitals going, we know we're going to be a community of 850,000 people by 2050. We need the healthcare infrastructure to support that community. And while that is an incredibly large number, I agree. I think it's also important that we do have that long-term vision to build the Hamilton that when my kids are my age, that they can make sure I get the best care possible, which we know we do get at HHS and St. Joe's.
I appreciate those answers. I'm reminded of something Mario Cuomo used to say, that politicians campaign in poetry, but they have to govern in prose. And the healthcare and the tariff things aren't particularly pleasurable things to anticipate. I think President Trump argued not that long ago that CUSMA was the best economic relationship ever negotiated anywhere in the world. But that doesn't seem to be the case now. So I think we better hold on to the reins tight because we're in for a rough ride. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was yesterday and today's today.
Yeah.
We'll see what tomorrow brings. Thank you, Delegate Dunnett. I can let you know that I mentioned earlier that I was at a Roma conference, and there were thousands of rural municipal representatives, and there was a bear pit of 14 provincial cabinet ministers and their associates. And one of the questions from the floor was on the blue box, the recycling change. And it was one of the questions where everybody in the room applauded, and with a note of we can do better. So.
Well, through the chair, all I can say is I'm on a text group chat with about 30 other chamber leaders, and that probably has been 80% of the conversation across the provincial chambers, and the importance of it, and the importance on small businesses, not just here in Hamilton, but across the entire province.
Thank you again for your delegation.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is Delegate Sarah Glenn from the YWCA Hamilton, in person. And I understand that Delegate Sarah Glenn is being joined today. I trust you will do the introductions, but Brent McKnight and Joelle Robisco, but I'll allow those proper pronunciations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having us present on Public Delegation Day. As you may know, my name is Sarah Glenn. I'm the Vice President of Culture and Knowledge Mobilization at YWCA Hamilton, and I am so honored to be presenting alongside two important colleagues and community leaders, Joelle Cabisiso, the Executive Director of Sisters in Sync, and Dr. Brent McKnight, Associate Professor of Business at DeGroote School of Business at McMaster. We're here to talk to you today about community-driven ways we can work together to strengthen the city's budgeting process as a way to deliver maximum benefit to communities across Hamilton. Over the last 2 years, YWCA Hamilton has co-led and designed work with communities, organizations, and city divisions to deliver the gender-based safety audit, the results of which will be delivered through this budget cycle and into the future. YWCA Hamilton is also working with partners, including our colleagues at Refuge Newcomer Health and the Chamber of Commerce, who you just heard from, who will be working with us on the Sustainable Resilience Communities Initiative, which connects the UN Sustainable Development Goals to the city's priorities to strengthen community members' understanding of municipal processes, including the budget. We've connected with over 1,400 residents between these two projects. Oh, thank you. Great.
Why we're here. Today we're here to talk about equity-based budgeting, a framework that has been adopted through cities across the continents in North, South, and Central America. We want to share our learnings from case studies, how this works, and how Hamilton can deliver the highest and best use of public funds. We believe, as a collaborative of community partners, that the City of Hamilton is uniquely positioned to make this work now, to coincide with the next budgeting cycle. So what is equity budgeting? An equity-based budget uses data, lived experience, and analysis to guide spending. It asks who benefits, who is burdened, and who might be excluded. Applied through planning, allocation, implementation, and evaluation, it can turn equity from a value into a powerful tool that ensures economic decisions have a tangible, lasting, and positive impact on everyone.
We've conducted a literature review to find out best practices and to learn from other cities. And there's lots that we can learn from. In Vienna, Austria, officials have been able to improve access, equity, and safety through inclusive design with no clear increase in costs. Our neighbors in Toronto have streamlined a process to include training and equity in existing staff complements and created a gender equity unit to enhance the gendered experience in the city. In Seattle, they built a racial equity into its budgeting process, which improved local data and public trust in a very diverse population. And in Barcelona, Spain, they used participatory budgeting to prioritize based on the feedback of tens of thousands of residents. Each city, they started small. They adapted tools and built momentum through public education, transparency, and measurable outcomes.
There exists a sound economic case in favor of equity-based budgeting. Equity-based budgeting is associated with more efficient investments and with deploying public monies towards the greatest impact. This is because at the heart of equity-based budgeting is a data-driven approach that entails identifying where disparities are greatest and thus where public investments and programming can have the highest marginal impact. Equity-based budgeting can expand economic participation by investing in equity-deserving communities, improves public services, including zoning, transportation, and a variety of social services to make it more possible for residents there to seek jobs and participate in economic activity. Equity-based budgeting also has been shown to strengthen public trust because the decisions are connected to clear community engagement methodologies. And finally, it helps communities get ahead of problems that arise when communities are left behind. Communities who experience barriers are often experiencing more policing, health intervention, homelessness, and other negative outcomes, and these carry high costs. These challenges are less expensive to mitigate than to fix.
I'm going to skip ahead. So why does this matter? This matters because we have an opportunity here with all of you and with community organizations across Hamilton to really make a difference in making decisions that will maximize impact for everyone. We are ready as a collective of community-based organizations to work with all of you during this next budget cycle to make equity-based budgeting a reality in Hamilton. Thank you so much for listening to our delegation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And I do apologize for the mispronunciation. I'd like to try it again, and please correct me. It's important for us to get names right. Delegate Joelle Cabisico. Cabisoso. Thank you very much for that correction. Okay, we do have some questions. If you can hold tight. Councillor Tammy Wang, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation today, Sarah, as well as Joelle and Brent for being here. Joelle, congratulations on being an Order of Hamilton recipient. It was so nice to see you on Friday last week. Quick question around your sort of jurisdictional scan, because the way that Seattle does it is very different from the way Toronto is doing it. So perhaps you can give us a little more insight into what you think would be a good path forward, because the way, like I said, Seattle is doing it from a racial equity perspective. Toronto is doing it kind of like departmental, weighted, sort of like assessment scores and that sort of thing. So how would you envision Hamilton doing something like this?
It's a great question. Through the chair, thank you so much. You know, a Made in Hamilton approach to equity-based budgeting is really key. We have learned from other jurisdictions about what works for them. But as you rightly point out, it works for them given their unique context, their lived experience, their histories, their priorities. An equity-based budgeting approach in Hamilton would really be guided by council's priorities. And so that would really help to frame it and make sure that it is a Made in Hamilton approach. Thank you.
My second question through you, Chair, is when you spoke about the collective, who is the collective? Because we do have a lot of engaged organizations and individuals that want to be involved, as evidenced by the 26 delegations today. So who is the collective?
Mm-hmm. It's great. So thank you so much again for that question through the chair. The collective right now is formed by the organizations that we were working closely with through the gender-based safety audit and the Sustainable Resilient Communities Initiative. That includes, of course, my guests up front with me today, as well as Refuge, the Chamber of Commerce, and a whole host of other community-based organizations that we worked with through the GBSA. Of course, that is not limited to them. We would be and are very excited about the possibility of inviting other organizations, groups, and interested community folks into shaping this work together with all of you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I'll take my last question offline. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next, Councillor Critch.
Thanks very much for delegating. I know a number of us have spoken passionately since the start of this council term about equity-based budgeting, and I'm so disappointed it's not here, to be frank. I want to ask you about what you're proposing here, I think, which is saying that we're going to wait till now the next term of council in the 2027 budget process to make that happen. Is that what you were saying when you're saying you're looking ahead to the next budget process?
Thank you so much for the question through the chair. The time frame, is that the...
Yeah, when you said you're looking ahead to the next year, I presume you mean the 2027 budget process or the next budget process?
The 2026-2027 budget cycle.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson, and good afternoon, Vice President Glenn and ED Kabisoso and Dr. McKnight. Thanks for your presentation. I was a big supporter of the gender-based safety audit, especially to make our community more safer, specifically for women and young girls. So can I just a couple of questions? The examples you've given from other cities sounds like no tax increases. That would be music to my ears on behalf of my constituents, but somehow potentially reallocating resources. Can you just elaborate a little more on that, please, Vice President, through you, Budget Chair Wilson?
Thank you so much for the question, Councillor Jackson, through the chair. This is an excellent question. What we have learned from other jurisdictions is this isn't a request for more money. What equity-based budgeting really is at its core is about making decisions that allocate resources, limited resources, in order to increase the impact for all Hamiltonians. It isn't really about cutting or sacrificing. It's actually about reallocating, moving, or changing. If you don't mind, I'd actually like to give an example. This one is very close to my heart because as lucky as I was to walk alongside communities in the gender-based safety audit, what I heard all the time was about HSR. There were so many comments about how folks wanted to be involved in supporting and strengthening our HSR in Hamilton. So let's take a look at that through an equity-based budgeting approach. So an equity-based budgeting decision may look like changing the schedule on routes, reorganizing routes in order to accommodate the majority of people who access that route in order to get to work, for example. And so this really isn't about adding more routes or more money into the system. It's about looking at what we currently have and making budgetary decisions that really benefit the communities that use those services most.
I'm very encouraged by that, Vice President. I like that that direction overall. And so just to follow up, I just hope that ultimately, and obviously this is for whoever is around this table in the next term of council, which I think is prudent on your part since we're just in the midst of the 26 budget at this time. I would hope that we can have winners all around. In other words, if you're reallocating, you're not necessarily asking this particular segment of our population to sacrifice so that that segment of our population can get greater resources. I'm not trying to be naive or utopian, but I hope ultimately it can be a win-win scenario. Any final comment through you, Budget Chair Wilson, please?
Thank you so much for that and for the opportunity to offer in a reflection, Councillor Jackson, through the chair. You know, one of the things that will stay with me forever through the gender-based safety audit is the idea that community safety and well-being, while it takes a gendered perspective, benefits everyone. And when I think about equity-based budgeting, I think about it in the same way. So this isn't about prioritizing certain populations at the detriment of other populations in Hamilton. It's actually about making wise business decisions that will support the health and raise the impact of Hamiltonians across our great city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice President Glenn. Very encouraging, and I hope you continue to be the lead. Thanks, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Mayor Horwath.
Thanks very much, Budget Chair Wilson. Just two things. First and foremost is speaking to the executive director at the Y, the CEO, Majora Uppal, recently. She indicated that, in fact, and I think you mentioned this in your remarks, actually, that the work is already ongoing when it comes to equity-based budgeting here in the city of Hamilton. You had mentioned that there are already departments that are involved, and my understanding is our finance folks have been engaging with you already. Our city manager has indicated that she's been working, our organization has been working already in terms of trying to move some of these actions forward, if you will, when it comes to equity-based budgeting. So I just want to make sure that we don't miss that. Can you verify that in fact is the case?
Thank you so much, Mayor, through the chair. You know, because of council's priorities to really focus on equity as part of its decision-making processes, city staff are taking that up in so many different ways across their departments. And we have been deeply inspired to walk alongside that. Why we are here today at delegation is to let all of you know that there is a collaborative of committed community organizations, not just the YW, all of us here and those who couldn't join us today, who want to continue to deepen this work with all of you around this table.
Thank you for that. And just through you again, Budget Chair Wilson, I appreciate that, because what we say around this table and how we do our work really does come to fruition in many different ways. And I think that's what you're articulating. Certainly my office has been very supportive, as have I. And it's good to hear that not only are we making progress, but that we're identifying where we need to even make more progress. And I appreciate that so very much. So thank you for your work. Thank you all for your work, and the other partners in community and our staff as well, and my office as well. I do want to say that there's a little bit of modesty going on here, because we do have a recipient of the Order of Hamilton Award who was part of the presentation team, and that's Joelle Cabezoso. And I just want to say in front of everybody, congratulations again for winning that award and for being awarded the Order of Hamilton for all of your work. And so definitely Sisters in Sync, but thousands of hours of volunteer work, particularly focused on women and girls, particularly focused on equity and safety, the things Councillor Jackson was talking about. It is really extremely important, and we don't become the city of our dreams without communities like yours, without the work of volunteers. Yes, you do things in your paid work as well, but in your volunteer work, you do so much to contribute to our community. And so I didn't want to let the moment pass without acknowledging once again your work, Joelle, and congratulate you on the winning of the Order of Hamilton.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. I do want to thank the folks for delegating today. I still struggle a little bit. I don't understand how we can incorporate IDEA into decisions that we are making on capital, the number of roads that we are shaving and paving, the number of sidewalks, the number of paths that we're doing. I have no doubt that when it comes to parks and rec, there are areas in the city that have not historically received their fair share of new parks and new rec centers. But I struggle to understand how we embed IDEA or equity into capital construction. Can you try to explain it here, or perhaps we have a conversation later? I'm still struggling with it. I just came out of another meeting and it came up, and I did not understand the rationale why they were reclassifying roads and then indicating, well, this was the score for equity. It's the road. It's going to help residents that live in that community from all walks of life.
Thank you so much for the question and the honesty, Councillor Clark. I really do appreciate it. Through the chair, I can offer one other example. Whether or not this will be satisfying in this forum or not, I'm not entirely sure. But I would be, and I know our team would be very happy to sit down with you and any other councillors who are looking for further information to talk this through in more detail. An example that comes to mind is this: using your roads. So let's say that some changes needed to be made at an intersection in order to ensure the safety of pedestrians crossing that intersection. And a similar decision needed to be made at a similar kind of intersection regarding pedestrian safety and crossing. And let's say, given limited budget, the priorities dictated that only one of those those intersections could be prioritized in a certain time frame. Looking at the demographics, the geographical makeup, of the populations in that community to really understand how that intersection is being used, by whom, by when, and how. Those are really important data sets that help inform an equity-based budgeting approach to determine how resources are allocated in priority sequence around that example of an intersection. It allows for more data and input into informing that decision. So I'll leave it at there. Not sure if you have further questions or.
Yeah, that example confuses me more because it implies that a community I guess in the way the city of Hamilton operates, it's always been based on the need, and it's the same need as any other intersection based on volume of traffic, based on volume of pedestrians. So it's basic transportation planning. And I don't see the difference between one intersection in one part of the city and another intersection in another part of the city. Both of them should be built to the same standard. Both of them should be built for complete streets. Both of them should be built to ensure that pedestrians are safe. Both of them should be built to comply with AODA. And then that for me is just we've been doing this. And so I'm trying to see the real value added using equity in capital planning. And I think it's best, perhaps, Chair, that I take it offline with the folks. But I'm trying to be honest here. I see a lot of hurdles that we're trying to jump through, but I'm trying to see what's the end value actually going to be if we were already going to classify the road in this way, do the intersection in this way based on traffic, transit, pedestrian traffic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's the same. Both intersections should be treated exactly the same.
So Delegate Glenn, I think I see a handout and an opportunity for some really good, deep engagement. And I know Councillor Clark is always authentic in his desire to learn more, and I hope and trust that overture will be taken and that engagement can happen, because I do think it's a really important conversation. So
I agree.
I appreciate that, Chair.
100%. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you. There are no further speakers. Thank you once again. And Delegate Cabisoso, thank you very much. And congratulations on your Order of Canada, Order of Hamilton, and all that you do for our community. Thank you. Next up, we have Delegate Carol Andrews. Is there anyone by the name of Carol Andrews present? I can certainly come back, and I'll do that. If we can move on, we have a virtual delegation, Delegate Hafiz Hussain. Pardon. If you're able to turn your camera on, Delegate Hussain. Delegate Hussain, are you present with us this afternoon? I can see your name. I cannot see you. I see your hand up, waving. Just, are you having some difficulty, I suspect, with your audio and your visual? We're just testing here at our end. And we tested it before. I was in the room and I do recall seeing and hearing you. So for some reason, we have a little bit of a hiccup.
Back in.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Success. I can see you. And if you could just check your audio. We've lost you again. I'm going to make a suggestion so that we don't hold folks up and that we can try and troubleshoot on this. We'll go to the next delegate and I'll ask clerks to perhaps, oh, there you are. Delegate Hussein? We're not able to hear you. You'd like us to move on and come back to you? If you understand that, can you put your thumb up if that's what you're concurring to? Okay, that's what we'll do. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Delegate Michelle Hamilton in person.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here because I believe you need to hear from an everyday taxpayer. There seems to be a disconnect between choices made around the budget and the reality of where that money actually comes from. I've owned my current home for 10 years. From 2019 to 2022, my property taxes increased by a total of $485. With this proposed 5.5% increase, they will have gone up by $1,700 in the last 4 years. I'm going to say that again. $485 under the previous council's term and $1,700 under this current term. To me, that's simply unacceptable. Our mayor cannot reasonably expect the taxpayers of this city to continue absorbing the increases of this magnitude year after year. I'm a single mom to a 17 and a 19-year-old, and I've taught them financial literacy their entire lives. The concepts are not complicated. To stay out of debt, you have to spend less than you earn. And there's only two options. You either increase your income or you decrease your expenditures. Well, our mayor seems to believe the only solution to balancing our budget is to increase revenue and to do so by repeatedly reaching into the pockets of taxpayers. I understand that inflation affects the cost of running this city, but inflation affects our households too. And residents don't get to pass their increased costs on to someone else. I have to make hard choices every day, and I'm asking the city to demonstrate the same discipline, particularly after the preventable financial failures we've recently witnessed. $5 million in overages on Barton Tiffany shelter, $18 million related to the cyber attack, over $100 million extra on the bus barn. Can you understand how infuriating it is for residents to make daily sacrifices in their personal lives to pay their bills, only to watch millions of their tax dollars squandered due to human error, rushed processes, and continual poor oversight? What makes this worse is the absolute lack of accountability. When some councillors push for transparency, they seem to be silenced or dismissed. When the Auditor General issued his scathing report on the Barton Tiffany fiasco, the response was essentially, yes, we've learned from that, but we really had no choice because we were rushed. Please don't misunderstand me. The Barton Tiffany project has delivered real benefits and helped people in crisis. And that makes the financial failure even more serious. The issue is not compassion versus cost. It is how many more people could have been helped if $5 million had not been wasted by mismanagement. When taxes rise by 32% in 4 years, like mine have, residents reasonably expect to see clear improvements in infrastructure and services. That is not what we are experiencing. This gap between expectation and reality is made worse by a budget process that barely allows residents to participate meaningfully. At the engagement session I attended, most of the meeting was spent listening to staff speak, and only 3 residents were allowed to ask questions. The rest of us could only place stickers on charts, a very limited way to have our voices heard. Still, the city's website states, public input gathered during the fall engagement period is now helping shape the development of the tax budget. Is that true? Because if the final budget does not reflect what residents clearly prioritized, roads, sidewalks, public safety, community services, parks, then I will have no choice but to conclude that public engagement was little more than theater. I do not accept that there is nowhere at City Hall to trim costs. There must be efficiencies, programs that can be streamlined. An organization of this size cannot possibly have exhausted every option. The answer cannot always be to spend more and send taxpayers the bill. Finally, I would like to speak for my elderly neighbors and family members, homeowners on fixed incomes. These year-over-year increases are devastating for them. They do not have the option to earn more. They are being priced out of their own homes by a mayor and majority of councillors that refuse to rein in spending. Council, particularly our mayor with her strong mayor powers, has a responsibility not just to deliver a budget, but to do so competently, transparently, and with respect for the people who are actually paying for it. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no speakers. Thank you for participating today.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to go back to the previous delegate, Delegate Hafiz Hussein. If you recall, we had a little bit of challenge connecting.
Yeah, I just logged back in. I'm just going to ask Clerk McRae if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay.
So if you'd like to begin your delegation, please, and thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to test my sharing of the screen. Do you see it on your screen, Clerk McRae?
Yes, we can see it. There's some bright orange and yellow.
Oh, can you see it now or?
Yes, we can
Okay.
see a screen.
Yep. So I wanted to go through the budget chair to see if I can request, as per the procedural bylaw, an additional 2 minutes to go over this point, because it's going to require me to give some additional detail for council.
I set out some requests at the start of this delegation that in order to respect collectively everybody's time, we stick to 5 minutes. If you're seeking an extension, that is within the domain of the committee.
Okay.
So there is, collectively, we're still requesting if you're able to adhere to the 5 minutes, please. And I hope we haven't lost you. Oh, I'll clarify. Delegate Hussein, are you able to use your audio? Thank you. As usual, Legislative Coordinator McRae has been very helpful. We do have a proposal. If you're able to call in and someone from the clerk's department, Demi, is able to go through the slides at your request as you work your way through that. Would that work for you? Because we're not able to hear or see you. And I'm going to rule that we're going to move on to the next delegate.
Can you hear me?
And we're going to move on to the next delegate, and we're going to communicate with you via email or something with the suggestion at hand. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have Delegate Carl Andrus next. Carl?
Just to be mindful of the chair's previous comment, my speech may be 30 to 40 seconds over, depending on how quickly I speak. I was wondering if I could maybe count on here a little bit of latitude, or if a motion is required. Thank you. I will get get started. Hello, councillors, mayor, staff, press, and delegates. As residents, we get 2 chances a year to shape a $1.4 billion levy-supported budget covering city operations, services, capital financing for the infrastructure that keeps Hamilton running. The province continues to stall on impact reassessments, weakening the tax base while property values have doubled, sometimes tripled. I hope council takes the time today to hear the concerns of the residents that take time out of their busy day to speak. Municipalities face the most challenges with very limited revenue tools. Your property taxes. Funding from the feds and the province is inadequate to meet our city's need. In fact, downloading continues to push more costs directly into the levy costs of homes here in Hamilton. At the same time, we face an intimate partner violence emergency, an addiction and overdose crisis, a housing and homelessness crisis, and an infrastructure backlog projected to reach maybe as much as $5.2 billion. I will focus on one budget issue and an idea. First, partial exemptions of development charges at 20% and the removal of CBC charges for more mansions and condos. In 2023, the bill came due for the other DC waiver scheme from previous terms of council. The price on that was $40.59 million, adding 3.69% to the property tax levy to capital finance that, if you guys will recall, during that difficult budget year. Removing CBC charges being collected, which provided a large source for social and affordable housing, also forces more capital financing and future tax increases for affordable housing. We waste limited levy dollars on encampment clearing, costing extra in police overtime, bylaw enforcement, public works, equipment, and vehicles, all spent on dehumanizing, displacing folks around the city from park to park, from corner to corner. The fix is easy. Hamilton is Home estimates $400 to $500 million is needed to unlock the funding to permanently address homelessness with wraparound supports. After they are built, it only costs about $700 to $800 per resident a month, at least at the Barton Tiffany site. Way cheaper than a shelter bed at $2,100 to $2,400 a month, a hospital bed at $13,500 a month to $15,500 a month, or incarceration at $4,300 a month. Every $10 the CMHC estimated in 2023 invested in supportive housing saves $21.72 across healthcare, social services, and justice systems. Not building social housing is costing us more, as emergency responses are not cheaper than permanent ones. Criticisms of the Barton Tiffany construction is understandable. It was rushed, new, and a lack of framework due to the urgency of the homelessness crisis. Lessons were learned, including on vendor fraud, but we must focus on what exists now. The site provides 80 spaces with 24/7 wraparound supports and has housed 92 people who may not have found space elsewhere. The location, not ideal. Implementation, imperfect, but it provides a locked door, pet accommodation, on-site staff, meals, mental care, self-harm reduction, self-esteem of having a home, and keeps people out of tents in our parks. It's a model to improve on. To build more shelters like that or other supportive housing is an overlooked tool Hamilton needs to consider, and that is municipal bonds or indemnities. Ontario municipalities already issue debentures for infrastructure and could apply the same approach to affordable and supportive long-term housing for public assets. Toronto's social debenture program funds affordable housing, shelters, and supports housing TO, attracting institutional investors, reducing reliance on senior government grants. The city and this council have done some great work this year to invest in new programs, climate, roads, transit, and housing. But now they choose austerity. A municipality is the front face of every problem we see. The closest government our daily lives interact with. with the lowest voter turnout, but it's also the place where real change can happen. Come on, council, let's save lives. No one else needs to die alone in the streets. In an election year, the urge to cut taxes and services is strong, but serious austerity will not deliver the intended outcomes. Previous councils have been kicking the can on costs for decades, but you were finally reversing that. End homelessness, it's within our reach. For 0.8% added to the levy through capital costs, roughly $43 on the average home, we could provide safe, dignified capital spaces, reduce long-term suffering costs, and stop watching people suffer and die on our streets. Or we can give a rich developer a handout to build more McMansions and condos. And you haven't even asked staff to compare the two options or to even begin looking at municipal indemnity. Thank you very much. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Delegate Andrus. Very close to the 5-minute time. There are no questions. Yes, there are. One moment, please. Councillor Cretch.
Thanks for your delegation. You do this a lot, and I appreciate it. My question for you is really about this Devonshire's idea and about trying to leverage debts and other kinds of things that we can leverage. I'm echoing, so I'll pause until we can solve the echo.
Thank you. Can I just request Delegate, we might think it might be Delegate Hussein. If you're able to, we've got it muted. Okay. Councillor Cretch, please continue.
Attempt number 2. You were speaking with respect to Devonshires and about using debt and leveraging other kinds of tools municipalities have to build housing. I think you know more than some others the scale we're talking about in terms of trying to solve that problem. We have many thousands, I'll just say, well over 5,000 people who are on lists.
Yep.
We have folks who are experiencing homelessness. We have folks who are actively living outdoors. And so on that scale, which is billions of dollars, why do you think municipalities aren't doing what you're suggesting?
Well, you've identified it yourself. The scope of the problem seems scary. On the face of it, it absolutely looks completely overwhelming. Millions and millions of dollars in debt. But municipalities also carry, as the Ford government loves to remind you guys, millions and millions of dollars of development charges that you've self-identified, self-invested, waiting in accounts to be spent that can sometimes take up to 10 years in order to be drawn out of those accounts. Some of those are not earmarked for specific purposes and could be reinvested. Not to mention, I was only specifically talking about solving the homelessness crisis specifically, not the complete affordable housing crisis, but rather just getting people off the streets safe and not dying, and perhaps realizing some of the cost savings from that in enforcement, as I've talked about, in camp maintenance, in repairs to our parks, in cleanup, overtime costs, staffing costs, and really just tackling one little chunk of that big piece that you talk about that is so overwhelming. But yes, of course, we could. We have a AA credit rating that's, I think, is only slipped slightly just due to down south and the tariffs that have probably had a little bit of an effect, but you'll have to ask staff specifically why that's happened. But I imagine us being a steel and manufacturing city might have a bit to do with a slight downgrading of our credit rating, but we could. We absolutely could. We have borrowed lots of money before for large-scale capital investments, whether it was the original urban renewal scheme in downtown Hamilton that's all around us, whether it was Bayfront Park in the Vision whatever it was, 2020 Vision 2000, in the original scheme to build a waterfront. We do this. We do have a grand vision for solving problems. And I think this time the grand vision for solving problems is housing. And not all of that housing needs to be deeply affordable. Not all of that housing needs to not pay for itself. The private market has retreated from the rental market altogether. They built condominiums and they barely even like to build those anymore. So there's a gut in construction options, there's a gut of workers and a gut of companies looking for work to build those large scale towers. And there is a need for rental space across the spectrum. So that means people paying full market rent as well as people who may need subsidized rent. And it turns out there's a magic ratio that if the city hits it, that they can actually have the number of market paying rents subsidizing the people who need below market rents, and the building pays for its own capital costs. And no one is looking at this. You're not seeking creative answers to these housing crisis problems. And I think it's something that seriously needs to be done, both through City Housing Hamilton and our other partners in Hamilton as Home. And the last thing I'll say to that too is, if it's a publicly owned building, the rent doesn't go up more than inflation. If it's a private building built after Ford changed the legislation on that, the rent can increase every year, year on year. With recent changes to the need, pardon my time, for the recent changes needed in order to have a lease that are coming down the pipe, with yet another change to the way that housing, you could potentially see rents massively increased even on people in what should be market protected rental housing. So again, I would encourage you to think, and also lastly, if the city is playing a major part and the public sector is playing a major part in housing, it will have an overall cooling effect on the rental markets. I think you guys can do it.
Thanks for your very comprehensive answer, Carl.
Delegate Andrus, thank you for your delegation today. Okay, so we're going to return to Delegate Hafiz Hussein, and we're going to really hope that we are able to connect successfully so that you can have a successful delegation with us. So if you could test your microphone.
Yep, can you hear me in the presentation?
We can hear you, we can see you, and now you're going to share your presentation, or does...
Yep, I am sharing it.
Demi's going to share it with us.
Oh, sorry, I didn't click the link.
I think are we going to do it at this end? Just so that we share your presentation, or does successfully so that you
I am sharing it.
have a successful delegation with us. So Debbie's going to share it with us. Test your microphone.
Okay, can you hear my
Hear
microphone?
me more than you have to today.
Oh, sorry, I didn't click
We
the
can see
link.
you, and now you're going to share your presentation. Are we going to do it at this end?
I am sharing
Just so that we share your presentation, or does successfully so that you
I
can
am sharing it.
have a successful delegation with us. So Debbie's going to share it with us.
sorry,
Test your
I didn't click
microphones of Maureen Wilson. Sure to put everyone asleep. I apologize. So Delegate Hussein, I'm going to just take a moment, and I'm going to look to Elsie McCray for some instructions. Tones of Maureen Wilson. Sure to put everyone asleep. I apologize. Are we going to do it at this end?
I am sharing it.
Just so that we share your presentation to connect. Or does
So to the budget chair, my suggestion would be that Hafiz, I think that you are on via your phone. So if you want to disconnect from the WebEx on your computer, and Dami can share the presentation, and you can just tell her next slide and she'll advance it as we go along. That might be the easiest way to rectify that today.
Okay, you can hear me on the phone.
We can absolutely hear you. So we'll get Dami to share your presentation, and then you can just tell her next slide and she will move it for you.
Thank you so much, Clerk. Okay. I'll just exit.
Advance it as we go along. That might be the easiest way to rectify that today. Via your phone.
Okay, you can hear me on the phone.
We can absolutely hear you. So we'll get Dami to share your presentation, share the presentation, and you can just tell her next slide and she'll advance it as we. Sorry, through the chair, Hafiz, just hang with us for a second. We're sorting it out on our end. 1 second. So Hafiz, it's It's Angela again in council chambers. Are you able to just turn your mic on again and let's see what we get? Are you able to say something, Hafiz?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we
Hello,
absolutely
can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We're able to hear
Hello?
you, Delegate Hussein.
Okay, thank you, Council Chairs. And if the clerk can just have the screen on, I'm not on the YouTube channel, but I'll just go through my deck and just click next. I apologize for this. I'm not sure why there's technical difficulties. So through you, Chair, I wanted to present to you my delegation on the Ontario Works operating budget and trying to put the works back into Ontario Works. So I'm here today to present to this committee a case on how to reduce headcount and restore trust and accountability in accordance with the Ontario Works Act and policy directive. Next slide, clerk. So just to give everyone an overview, for the Ontario Works budget for 2026, it's estimated that the total city portion is $14,384,223. Staff are recommending a 4.2 increase from the previous year budget with an FTE count of 222 people. Just to let council know that this is a cost share model between the Ministry of Children's Community Social Services and the city, where the province pays 50% up to $10,779,800 as of 2024 for the operating cost of Ontario Works. The payment of the Ontario Works benefits are 100% funded by the province. However, the city tax roll portion only funds the operating budget. Next slide, clerk. As part of this, from the January 15th AFNA committee and the reports that are presented to council today, there is 222 FTEs that are currently on the Ontario Works program that are supporting the city. It was also reported by staff on January 15th, 2026, that each approximately case manager supports 150 cases. And so if there's 13,000 cases that are currently with the city today, 150 cases, that should count for 89.5 FTEs. And so based on the different roles that are available, I can't put the number of how there's 222 FTEs available under this portfolio. So in total, 116 from what was I counted presented by staff on January 15th, 2026 is located in this org chart, but I'm trying to figure out where the other remaining staff and what their functions are to get to the 222 number. Next slide. In addition, for the current case size and demographics based on the Ministry of Children's Community and Social Services Open Data Portal, at the end of December 2024, there was approximately 13,373 cases that the city acted as service delivery manager. With the average case size of 150 people, approximately 6,382 cases remain on the city's roster when it comes to supporting income support as part of the Ontario Works program. So this just shows you that outcomes in regards to what the city is responsible for in delivering this program is the current demographics. Next slide. As this was reported by staff in the Emergency and Community Services meeting on July 31st, 2025, the city failed to meet 3 out of 4 performance metrics in 2024. The areas that they failed are action plans, where the target was 100%, yet the city 81%, referral to Employment Ontario, and percentage of caseloads exiting to employment. Next slide. So the city failed to have a set target of 27% of recipients referred to the program, but achieved half that figure. This is well below other service managers and performance averages. The city also failed to getting 10% of its caseload back to work but ended just over 5% of getting employment. The city reports that out of those who have exited the Ontario Works program, 35% come back to the city and re-enroll into the program. And 84% of caseloads are paying rent in private market rentals, which most recipients finding the difference between the shelter allowance paid by Ontario and market rent paid by friends and family. Next slide, clerk. So the title should be Ontario Works Operating Budget Issues. So each case worker handles 150 cases. So approximately 13,373, this equates to 89.15. However, we have 100 FTEs for case management when the city now has less responsibility of being a service delivery manager for 2026. So that doesn't add up. As it's reported for other functions of this municipality, the city continues to have enterprise risk management framework governance issues to monitor department performance. The framework for department collaboration is broken with the city. Processes do not exist. Staff are not trained at the and goals of which are mandated by the province are missed without holding staff accountable. Staff continue to provide incorrect information to the city clerk via freedom of information and not backed up by finance or corporate services when it comes to overpayments or following provincial directives. And then, as it's been reported, eligibility review offices continue to collect less overpayments during this term of council while case levels are rising. So I have noted it, and as part of the 2018 Auditor General report, looks like that staff are not trained and the city continues to not follow provincial directives. Next slide, the title should be Province and Service Manager Roles. So prior to 2024-
Delegate Hussein,
Yeah.
thank you. I have
Yeah.
Actually provided you with some leniency, and I understand the beginning of all of this exercise was really regrettable, but I would ask that you conclude your delegation now, please.
Okay, thank you. So prior to 2024, just wanted to show this, that the Ontario government handled policy governance, transfer payments, and cost sharing, and the city of Hamilton with 209 staff handled all these responsibilities. As of 2025, the provincial government has taken on the burden off of the city, but yet we increase FTE. So 13 FTE were added when the city has less responsibilities as service manager. Given the portion of the operational challenges, increased staff of 222 is transferred to the province. I don't know if clerks can go to the last
Delegate Hussein, I beg your pardon. I do need you to conclude.
Yeah, no, I am going to conclude. I just want to go to slide 16. Just wanted to let everyone know.
I'm sorry, we're well over time. If you could just give a concluding statement, that would be welcome.
Okay, so my concluding statement is that in order to save the tax roll $1.7 million, $5 million of savings, there needs to be a reduction of staff from $222 to $180, and that I'm requesting council to amend the motion to have this province to step in to look at this report, and due to the serious discrepancies that were presented to AFMA on January 15th. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Again, on behalf of the city, we regret whatever those, I can't pretend to understand them, but whatever those technology hiccups were at the beginning. Are there any questions? Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank the delegate for his presentation. It's unfortunate that he didn't get through all of the presentation. I'm assuming that the clerk is going to share his presentation by email with the councillors. Is that a fair assumption?
Through the budget chair, we will be uploading the presentation onto the website following the conclusion of the meeting. We do have a presentation, but I believe this is an updated presentation, so the updated presentation will be included.
Thank you very much, clerk. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There are no further questions. We'll move on, please, to Delegate Kelly Strawn. Good afternoon. And just some assistance, you're able to lower that. Yeah, just.
Oh, I can push it down. Oh, that's good for short people. There we go. Okay, hello, Chair Wilson, member of council and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the 2026 budget. I'm Kelly Strawn, the Executive Director at Theatre Aquarius. We are the only professional theatre in Hamilton. For more than 52 seasons, we have been recognized as a leader in Canadian theatre, producing work of the highest quality, premiering new plays, developing the skills of artists, and investing in youth and families in the Hamilton region. I'm here today to talk about the importance of the City Enrichment Fund and the need for Council to continue annual increases to the fund to reach the stated Council goal of $9,661,430 by 2028. The 2026 budget has a flatline amount of $6,769,530, a 0% increase. In 2022, Councillor Brenda Johnson put forward a motion for staff to bring an increase request in 2023. In February 2023, Council voted 16-0 to approve the first increase, and that staff be directed to bring forward further CEF proposed increases for Council's consideration for the years 2024 to 2028, with a goal to reach the total amount of $9,661,430 by 2028. 8% increases were approved in 2024 and 2025, 0% this year. From the city's website, the City Enrichment Fund is the city's municipal investment in a wide range of program areas that support the city's strategic plan. It's important to note the word investment. That is exactly what the fund is doing, specifically as it relates to the arts. Culture is an economic driver. The Ontario Arts Council recently published a study called Art Across Ontario that underlines the positive economic impact culture has on a region. Annually, OAC-funded operating organizations contribute a total of $2.7 billion to GDP and support 28,600 jobs. From the report, Hamilton stands out in the southwestern region, supporting 11,000 culture jobs, the highest in the region, a 4% share of the total culture jobs in all of Ontario. Visitors are drawn to destinations that offer cultural experiences. These visitors stimulate local economies by increasing spending on accommodation, dining, and other services. Annually, arts and culture tourism generates $11.4 billion in visitor spending. The combined direct and indirect impact total over $10 billion in provincial GDP. There is a return on investment when you invest in the arts. Our recent production of Disney's Frozen contributed $15 million to the local economy. The 6-week run saw almost 30,000 visitors. Families enjoyed their time at the theater. Young children came dressed up as their favorite character. It was a positive and memorable experience for families. And as always, we offered our community night where tickets are completely free to local organizations for folks who could not otherwise afford to attend theater. But shows are expensive. Costs continue to rise from labor to construction. It is rare that a show makes more than it costs to produce, and we rely on donations, foundations, and grants to make ends meet. We simply could not do what we do without the investment from the CEF. When we have a successful show, downtown is successful, and we contribute greatly to its revitalization. A little bit of Theatre Aquarius by the numbers. Annually, our patrons spend over $250,000 on parking. $4.4 million is spent on dining. Theatre Aquarius spends $1.8 million on local materials and vendors to build our sets. Theatre Aquarius supports over 200 jobs each year. And of course, lest we forget, we are a charity with very important charitable activities. We offer 2,000 free tickets a season to local organizations. We have fully subsidized spots in our theater school, and being a downtown theater, it is really important that we offer these free slots to families. We have a paid apprenticeship program for female identifying and BIPOC individuals to get into technical production. They are traditionally underrepresented. Pindigan, our Indigenous youth project, 12 local Indigenous youth learn about theater making, participate in mentorships, and create art. We have our Brave New Works Festival. It goes on and on and on. So, not only are we a charity that supports community, but we are an economic engine that will help revitalize the downtown. I encourage Council to increase the funding allocation to the CEF by a minimum of 8% so that the fund can reach Council's stated goal of over $9.6 million by 2028. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So far, two speakers. Councillor Cretch.
Thanks. Good to see you, Kelly. My question for you is really specific to how CEF impacts the bottom line for not just the theater, but of course arts organizations. So I think we tend to think of it as an enhancement and enrichment, something like that. But often you're applying directly for operating costs, and if there's no increase, then you can't meet the cost of inflation and so on. So you're meanwhile making increases on your end, but then this piece isn't really catching up. So could you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, it's specifically related to an arts organization that offers tickets and sells tickets. You are always trying to keep the cost of a ticket as low as possible. And you always want to keep a bottom ticket price that is fully accessible, that, our lowest ticket price is $25. We have not increased that in years and years. We offer pay what you can shows, and again, offer 2,000 free tickets a year. So you're always aware of the fact that people can't afford a higher ticket price, that you really flatline for your ticket prices for a number of years. I think the last increase we had in our subscriptions is over, 5 years ago. But of course, as we know, the cost keeps going up, from the cost of lumber, and we work with 5 unions, to the cost of labor. And so there's some very real expenses associated with theater. And if we didn't have support from CEF, we really couldn't make our bottom line. And of course, that means that then you're reducing programming, you're reducing your community services, you're reducing shows, you're reducing opportunities for kids and families to see theater. So it really is a mechanism that we try to keep theater in Hamilton as affordable as possible.
Thanks, Kelly. As a member of the Board of Theatre Aquarius, most of the arts organizations downtown, and Vice Chair of Grants, I really appreciate you being here. I understand these issues and challenges very well. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson and Executive Director Strawn. It's an honor to be on your board, and very impressed with your leadership. And I want to thank my council colleagues for appointing me as one of the 3 members this term to the Theatre Aquarius Board. Kelly, for the edification of my colleagues, I know you spoke generally about living up to a commitment for the overall CEF fund on behalf of many others. Can you possibly just drill down a bit for the edification of my colleagues? Because I know it was shocking to me. After about the first year when I thought we had done well, Councillor Tatis and Cretch and myself, of garnering some additional dollars, Budget Maureen Wilson, for Theatre Aquarius. And I remember at one of the board meetings saying, Kelly, look at that. We've taken you from this to this. And you politely said, thanks, Councillor Jackson. However, compared to other theaters across the province and the country, the percentage is still not where it should be. Did you want to just kind of give a comparator or two, if you happen to have it with you, or by memory, of other cities that percentage-wise are even stronger and, if you will, better supporters through municipal government? Because I just thought, I know that really surprised me to learn that, and if you will, caused my advocacy to get it possibly even stronger at this table and across the network in the community. So a long preamble. I hope you get the essence of what I'm asking. I just thought a comparator for my colleagues' sake that they may not be aware, Budget Chair Maureen Wilson, may be important for them, please. And I remember even saying, look, Kelly, compared to the Ontario Arts Council, Hamilton, we're doing much better. And you went, well, again, politely, you went, Councillor Jackson, now just relax. Let me compare with other cities.
Yeah, and I think really we're always looking at it as a percentage of overall operating budget, that at this point we are sneaking up to maybe 5% of our overall budget that is supported by government grants, and definitely for very healthy organizations, and again, the numbers are not high, but it can be more like 10% or 12% of their overall budget that is supported by government grants. So Theatre Aquarius across the municipal, provincial, and federal budgets are in the low, and we are on the low side of our overall percentage. And I keep pushing, and this is what I've been talking about, is really pushing to get closer to that 10 or 12% support overall.
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it. Thank you, Budget Chair Wilson.
Thank you very much. There are no further speakers virtually or in present. Thank you for your delegation. Members and those who may be watching, one of the responsibilities of chair is to ensure in upholding the integrity of a public process is that we ensure that the reputations of our public servants are also upheld along with residents, and that any information that is offered is actually factual. There was delegation previously, Delegate Hussein, who made an assertion that wasn't factual. And so as chair, it's my responsibility to correct that record. There was a notation that incorrect information was being offered by staff, and that is not the case, and it is still under review, of course, by the AG. So thank you. We'll move on. We have Delegate Lauren McMillan from Acorn Hamilton. Withdrawn, beg your pardon. We have Delegate Mark Davignon, Acorn Hamilton. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, councillors, staff, members of the public, howdy. My name is Mark Davignon, and I'm a renter in your Ward 1. I'm the co-chair of the downtown chapter of Acorn. My goal today is to support the continued funding of the Safe Apartment Bylaw, the Renoviction Bylaw, and the continuation of the vacant unit tax. To do so, I will be reading an op-ed that I wrote, which was printed in the spec on Saturday the 17th. Its purpose is to rebut an op-ed by Daniel Chin, president of the Hamilton District Apartment Association, which was printed on the 14th of November. The title is, Housing Enforcement Isn't the Problem, Neglect Is. Hamilton renters are used to being told that basic protections cost too much. In a recent op-ed, a landlord spokesperson argued that rental licensing, renoviction protections, and safe apartment buildings bylaw and the vacant unit tax are an expensive administrative burden that will ultimately harm tenants and shrink housing supply. It's a familiar argument, and one that ignores both lived experience and recent history. For tenants, the real cost isn't enforcement, it's years of non-enforcement. For decades, Hamilton relied almost entirely on a complaint-based system under provincial law. In theory, tenants could assert their rights under the Residential Tenancies Act. In practice, many could not, because doing so risks retaliation, eviction, or months-long delays at the LTB. That's not duplication, that's a gap. Municipal bylaws exist precisely because provincial enforcement has failed renters. The Safe Apartment Buildings Bylaw, for example, did not appear out of thin air. It came after years of reports documenting unsafe conditions, pest infestations, broken elevators, and neglected repairs in large apartment buildings. Problems that were already illegal but went unaddressed. Saying these bylaws duplicate existing laws is like saying food safety inspections duplicate health codes. The point is enforcement. Landlord representatives focus heavily on the cost of oversight, but say very little about the cost of not having it. When buildings fall into disrepair, tenants pay in higher healthcare cost, missed work, children getting sick, and forced displacement. When renovictions go unchecked, families lose their homes and are pushed into a market they can't afford. When units sit vacant for speculation, communities lose housing supply entirely. These costs don't disappear. They're just shifted onto tenants, shelters, emergency rooms, and social services. The op-ed also warned that these programs may increase rents, but rents in Hamilton have risen dramatically without these bylaws. Average asking rents soared long before licensing pilots or vacant unit taxes existed. The idea that modest enforcement costs are driving unaffordability ignores the role of speculation, corporate consolidation, and a market that treats housing as an investment vehicle rather than a place to live. And let's be clear, landlords most affected by these bylaws are not mom and pop operators providing affordable housing out of goodwill. Many of the worst conditions in Hamilton are found in large, multi-unit businesses owned by corporate landlords, the very actors best positioned to absorb compliance costs. ACORN members are renters, seniors, people with disabilities, workers, and families who live with the reality behind these policy debates. For us, these bylaws aren't abstract line items. They are the difference between a safe home and a hazardous one, between stability and displacement. Strong housing enforcement doesn't shrink supply, it protects people. And that's exactly what a city budget should do. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Next, we have in-person delegate Lee Lloyd.
Hi, Chair Wilson. Hi, Council. My name is Lee Lloyd. I use they, them pronouns, and I live in Ward 13. I'm a volunteer with the Hamilton Encampment Support Network. And I would like to speak to you today about some of the things I see when I'm doing outreach with the unhoused people in our community. For the last few months, I've been going out into the city with other volunteers to hand out donated winter clothes, hand warmers, and snacks to people on the street. Doing this work, I've seen a lot of human suffering, and I would like to share a few stories with you now. I met several people who are living on the side of the escarpment by the rail trail. These people, they're living in tents, and they have to climb a very steep, icy hill to reach these tents. When I spoke to them, they told me that they were previously living much closer to the rail trail in a flat spot and had been told by the encampment enforcement team that they had to move up the cliff out of sight. When I spoke to them, several of the people, volunteers and people who were living there, fell and slipped in the ice. And it was really hard to see people living in a place that was so dangerous for them to physically get to. So every time they're leaving to use the bathroom or charge their phone, they're like braving this cliff. Since encampments are no longer allowed in city parks, I and other volunteers have visited encampments in some pretty scary places. I have met people who are living in steep sections of the escarpment, in empty industrial lots, right next to active train tracks, and even in abandoned buildings. These areas are much more dangerous than city parks, and being forced to live in them puts unhoused people at high risk of injury. Most weeks, the encampment support team, we do outreach at McNabb Street between the YW State and Whitehorn, right over here. And every time I go there, without fail, I speak to someone who tells me that they have lost all of their belongings except what they are wearing because it has been taken from them by the encampment team, by the cops. They're losing everything they own, their tents, their shelter. And we all know how cold it is out here. It's not fair to these people that they're being forced to start from absolute zero week after week and day after day. If they get sick, how can they get better? How can they pull themselves out of poverty if they're literally losing the tarp over their heads on a daily basis? We should be spending our tax dollars on caring for the unhoused people in Hamilton, making sure they have adequate shelter, food, and access to medical care. By forcing people out of the parks and into unsafe places to live, and by taking their belongings, the encampment response team is doing the opposite. Last year's decision to give an additional $600,000 to the Hamilton Police Services to support the encampment response team in the middle of the year did not improve the lives of unhoused people in Hamilton. I have two requests for the Council for the 2026 municipal budget. First, I commend the Police Board for voting to defund the police budget by $1.25 million this year. However, this is a 7.1% increase from last year's budget. I would like to see the council amend the municipal budget to limit the police budget to a 4.25% increase in line with the mayor's budget directive. Second, I ask the council vote against any mid-year budget additions to the police funding. These funds will better serve the community if they are put towards affordable housing and relief efforts for unhoused people. Since I have time left, it is bad out there, folks, and it's not getting better, and the encampment response team is not making it better. Our funds really should be put into emergency response for these people, and towards affordable housing, towards social services programs, and not towards more enforcement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your delegation. Delegate Lloyd, are there any questions? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Lee, very much for your delegation. Really appreciated it. In addition to, I think you talked about where you're looking for money to be reallocated from. Can you just speak a little bit more towards the types of things that you're looking to see investment in? You at a high level talked about them, but if there's any, this city is doing this over here, I like this program, or hey, just kind of wanting to focus on where you're liking to see that investment go.
Okay. So I think that really it's like an ounce of prevention versus a pound of cure situation. We won't see people in crisis nearly as much if they are in a home with a roof. Like how can we expect people to come out of poverty if they're not able to like look for a job because they don't have an address? So I think affordable housing, subsidized rent, or even just like, I read the report every week that the encampment response team puts out, and it has like a shower program. Every time I look, it's like 12 or 16 people have used the shower program per week. I would love to see like that actually being used by more people in our city, because we know there's thousands of people out there who don't have access to showers, and only 12 of them are getting seen by a city program. That could be better. It really could.
Through the chair, just specifically focusing on that, you do some direct outreach. City staff obviously are doing their own outreach through that program, but just is there a barrier that you've come across with the shower program? Anyone you're talking to, is it transportation? Is it location? Just in part of achieving kind of that outcome that you were saying is, do you see there's direct investment needed to either improve access or reduce barriers to the existing program?
I actually have yet to meet anyone who has used the shower program. So I wish I could answer more, but I haven't run into any of those 12 people yet.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Delegate Lloyd. No further questions. Appreciate your participation. Thank you. Next up, we have Delegate Caitlin Craven, Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion.
Hello. It's okay, actually. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for making some time to let me speak today. So my name is Caitlin Craven. I'm the Executive Director at the Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion. I just wanted to use my time today to talk about the frameworks that are used in decision-making and how they can impact inclusion. So in many of the policy and visioning discussions happening right now in this city, we've been hearing a lot about the growing so-called visible markers of social disorder. And what's really being talked about when we hear about these markers are outcomes that I would argue can't be solved by putting more money into simply removing what is visible. The narratives circulating right now that are reinforcing fears in rising crime that's not supported by data and fears in our neighbors are too easily making it into public discussions and decisions about spending and strategies. We need you as elected leaders to challenge these narratives in the budgets and debates that are put forward and champion a different understanding of how to tackle root causes. We need a serious discussion about what is making people unsafe in our communities. Things like growing inequality, vulnerability at work and in housing caused by less protections and less access to rights. And challenge the role that perceived safety is playing in guiding policy and budgetary decisions. Leaders can challenge people to think differently about the idea that seeing graffiti makes them unsafe, or that people who have to live outside are necessarily any more dangerous than our housed neighbors. Homelessness is not a crime, and yet this city continues to put funding towards enforced evictions of people who have no other place to live than outside for a variety of reasons. We can hear about the steps that are being taken to build housing, and a lot of that is really great, but that doesn't change the reality that the supply and accessibility of housing does not match the need, and that the need is going to continue to grow rapidly as austerity at different levels of government continue. So in a report based on data and experiences collected during a tour of Southern Ontario last year, the Federal Housing Advocate recommended that cities stop allocating funds to an enforcement-based approach to encampments. I'd encourage you all to read that report and think about the recommendations contained within it. Many of those recommendations aren't that different than things that have been brought to this table before. There are basic things that you can do if there are so-called visible social disorders that people fixate on. That is funding bathrooms and facilities to get water, supporting safe supply and consumption, so that people can do what we all do in different ways with the same level of dignity and privacy that those of us who are housed are afforded. There's also a distinct role for you to play in helping people understand the systemic forces and issues that are creating these challenges. You don't have to let a conversation about certain perceptions of safety overshadow whose safety continues to be compromised as a result of economic inequality and the denial of rights. And I think here in particular about what we just heard from the previous delegation. The last thing that I want to say is that addressing marginalization is part of any meaningful work to address rising hate and racism. The connections are complex, and it's a complex conversation, but it's worth approaching issues with complexity in this moment. Being clear and articulate and accurate about the sources and the root causes of housing, healthcare, and employment crises is a necessary feature of pushing back against growing anti-immigrant racism, anti-poor rhetoric, and other myths that are making people more vulnerable to violence and hate in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's no one indicating on the speakers list. Thank you for your delegation. Next up, we have Nadine Ubel, Barton Village BIA.
I guess good evening, not good afternoon. Chair and members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nadine Ubel, and I'm the Executive Director of the Barton Village BIA and the Chair of the BIA Subcommittee. I'm speaking today on behalf of Hamilton's 12 business improvement areas and the commercial property owners and 1,887 approximately business operators we represent across the city. I want to begin by acknowledging the city's efforts and expressing our gratitude for the support that was offered through the commercial recycling collection pilot. This pilot was an interim solution funded through reserve funding in response to provincial changes that shifted responsibility for recycling to the producers of recyclable materials, but excludes commercial properties. As of January 1st, 2026, the city stepped in to continue what had previously been a municipal program so that businesses weren't left without a system overnight. We understand that a recommendation will be made to terminate the pilot as of the end of Q1 due to budget constraints. We're not here to ignore the city's fiscal reality. We're here to ask for a transition that doesn't unintentionally download the problem onto small businesses and supports the city's clean and green strategy. Today, we're asking this committee to consider the following with respect to the 2026 budget and the impacts of these changes moving forward. Number one, extend the commercial recycling collection pilot through the end of 2026 or until a proper transition plan is in place, one that is affordable, workable, and communicated clearly to every affected business. And number two, formally advocate to the province for changes to the responsibility framework so that producers are responsible for recycling across all streams, including commercial. We've been made aware today Delegate Dunnett referred to it earlier, that Ward 2 Councillor Cameron Crutch is working on a motion that is aligned, and he will be discussing with staff this week. These changes are coming forward at a time when many small businesses are under intense pressure. Costs are rising across the board: rent, insurance, utilities, wages, and supplies. And we're seeing more businesses forced to reduce hours, delay hiring, and in some cases close their doors. Ending the pilot and shifting responsibility to businesses by Q2 adds a new operational burden with limited runway. Hamilton's BIAs are working hard to attract and retain Main Street businesses. A sudden download of recycling responsibility sends the wrong message at a time when we are trying to fill storefronts, support entrepreneurship, and keep commercial corridors vibrant. Additionally, Hamilton has a clean and green strategy with a very clear vision: to be recognized as a sustainable, clean, and green community where everyone takes responsibility for and has pride in the environments in which they live, work, and play. But the success of the Clean and Green Hamilton strategy requires the commitment and involvement of Hamilton residents, business owners, visitors, community leaders, and the City of Hamilton staff. There's a simple reality we need to be honest about. If the new system is too complicated or too expensive, businesses will find workarounds, and those workarounds are rarely aligned with the environmental outcomes this provincial change was intended to achieve. When recycling becomes confusing, unreliable, or unaffordable, what we see in the real world is materials ending up in the garbage stream, higher contamination rates, overflow and illegal dumping pressures, and more complaints and more enforcement challenges. So the question isn't whether businesses care about diversion. Many do. The question is whether the system we're moving to is practical enough to succeed on the ground. And if we want the environmental outcome, we have to consider the real operating conditions of our businesses. We're asking for a responsible and collaborative approach that aligns with Hamilton's Open for Business and Clean and Green directives and positions Hamilton as a city that tackles complex challenges with practical innovation. Committee members, we appreciate the city's support to date, and we want to continue in a spirit of collaboration. We understand this interim program was funded through reserves and that budgets are real, but this recommendation may look like an operational adjustment on paper. On the ground, it becomes a direct cost and workload increase for the small businesses that animate our neighborhoods, employ local residents, and keep our commercial streets active. And it clearly does not align with our vision for a clean and green city. Please do not end this pilot without a workable plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Crutch has a question.
Thanks, and specifically around the transition is why I'm trying to work on a motion to see if there can be something we can do to make this a little easier. What are the impacts that you heard about here in terms of the costs? Do you have a sense, generally speaking, of the kinds of costs individual businesses might face here?
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately the transition makes it the responsibility of the business owner. Doing private pickup can look different for different businesses. For example, within my BIA, I know that Westinghouse operates on a private pickup system. They have the ability to collect their recyclables for a 1 month period, at which time they have a bump in their pickup of about $50. So it's not a lot of money, but they have to house those materials for a month. And I can tell you that the storefronts that exist along Barton don't have the space to even hold their stuff for a week right now. Putting a bin out back is not an option. There isn't anywhere for the bin to go. And even if there was, the alleyways don't allow for the trucks to get through to pick it up. So curbside pickup is what needs to happen. And until we can figure out a plan where we can all work together and potentially, the folks at this table helping us to get to a place where we can flex procurement muscles, for example, to employ a strategy that supports the businesses. We have to work together. We have to... Everybody has a responsibility with regards to recycling. We've all been hearing it since we were, what's the phrase, knee-high to a grasshopper?
Thanks. I think one of the things I've been hearing a lot from businesses is about specifically just having some more lead time for the transition. This is not an easy adjustment for some. There'll be requirements around where things get placed, like you said, and costs themselves can be cost prohibitive for some folks. And that's what you're looking for, if I understand it, is trying to find a way to work with the city to say, okay, what things do we have in-house that can help? How can we leverage our existing contracts perhaps to get reasonable rates? Can we provide more time? Can we do kind of one-on-one support in tricky areas, like especially downtown, especially in Ward 3 where there isn't any space to do some of these things, and places like Hess Village where we just got to a system where we finally got the garbage dealt with there, and now this is kind of throwing everything into a bit of a bad situation. So you're looking for that transition, right? And to have a way to work with the city on a robust plan.
Yeah, 100%. I think, something as simple as currently the transfer stations will not accept commercial recycling. So even if a business owner were to collect their items and somehow has the ability to get them to a transfer station, they actually will not be accepted there. So there's some gaps currently that need to be addressed, and we need your help.
Thanks very much.
We have Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair. So to summarize what I'm hearing, the province announced a program whereby they were going to take recycling off the hands of municipalities. They retained a company to do that work, and whether on purpose or otherwise, they excluded commercial businesses. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Wow. And you just said that businesses can't take recycling to the transfer stations?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, we have a little bit of digging to do. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Can I ask you, are businesses advocating or calling the Premier's cell number and saying, what the hell, Doug? Look what you did to the businesses?
Through the chair, so the runway for this transition, didn't happen overnight. I can speak on behalf of the BIAs to say that we did advocate for some support, and the municipality did come through with this pilot program. And essentially what that looks like is the existing contractor being supported to continue curbside pickup through Q1. It's actually the same contractor as it was before. They're just an additional day. So they've shifted the recycling pickup to, in my BIA anyway, to Friday mornings, and it's already caused a little bit of headache. The challenge now is that the BIAs were under the impression that the recommendation coming forward through the budget was to continue this pilot at least through the end of 2026. And we have been informed that that will no longer be the case, that this pilot is being recommended to be terminated at the end of Q1.
Yeah, I can understand that, because the city of Hamilton was not supposed to pick up any additional costs by the province doing this. They were actually bragging about saving municipalities money. And so this situation puts businesses in a real predicament. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you. Hence, even the disdain and concern from rural municipalities this morning. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Nadine, for coming in to delegate on behalf of the Barton Village BIA. I'm just wondering if you could share any information regarding the potential impact, given the kind of co-location that we have on Barton Street of residential properties and businesses. So if you were to look at X property on Barton Street East, storefront is commercial and above is residential. Are you hearing any concerns from those property owners specifically in terms of their ability to manage that? Given that recycling is being picked up, I'm assuming, is it still being picked up for the residential properties that live above those storefronts versus being impacted and being left out in the end of the program in Q1 for the commercial portion of the property?
Thank you, Councillor Nan, for the question. Through the chair, yeah, the mixed-use properties are a major challenge. What's happening right now is that, and again, I'll speak to Barton Village because I know it intimately. So in our BIA, residential garbage, green bin, and recycling is picked up west of Wentworth on Tuesday morning and east of Wentworth on Wednesday morning. For those of you paying attention, you just heard me say that pickup for recycling for businesses was Friday morning. So we now have 3 mornings full of garbage on Barton. So the residential continues. The challenge comes in that essentially at this point, it's up to the driver to determine whether the recycling that is on the curb looks commercial or residential. And then decide if they are going to pick it up or if they're going to leave it and put a sticker on it, and hopefully it gets picked up by possibly that same driver later on in the week. Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. One of the properties that I can think of in particular is our friends at 541. Because they do have residential upstairs. They have a number of units, and then they have obviously the commercial on the ground floor. Their garbage for the restaurant is private pickup, but their recycling is not. So they now, we've just started this January 1st, but I've received a call from them each week that neither their residential nor their commercial recycling is being picked up.
Thanks for coming to delegate and share that real on the ground experience. I think it's clear that it's a mess right now and has the potential to continue being a mess. And to your point, Delegate, that Barton Street already struggles with accumulated illegal waste and dumping. We've been trying to work on solutions together with the municipality to deal with this, and this is just going to continue to make the situation worse. So thank you. Definitely going to discuss this further with my colleagues.
Thank you, Delegate Ubel. There are no further questions.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Delegate Miriam Sager.
I'm good? Okay, thank you. So thank you, Chair, Madam Mayor, councillors, for hearing my delegation. I also want to appreciate all that you have been doing to combat climate change issues, as well as the crisis of affordable housing, and for holding steady against the pressures to expand the urban boundary into green areas. And I'm here once again to talk about climate change at the risk of sounding like a broken record. I'm sorry, but I know you also have to balance many different pressures, increasing pressures, I think, in the current environment. And I'm concerned that this will get forgotten. Climate change is not slowing down, and it is continuing to be a risk. It will continue into the future, a risk to lives and property of Hamiltonians as well as everybody else, even though it's easy to forget about it in the middle of the winter. First no-brainer is saving costs. Investing in renewables, of course, is an initial investment, but then there's savings on energy. It also contributes to reducing emissions, which will contribute to sparing people unnecessary suffering, public health costs, illness, and deaths. We've already seen a spike in emergency room visits this last summer. We need to invest in educating the public to recognize the danger, to be prepared, as well as, of course, the city preparing and investing in infrastructure. Actually, every decision that is made by the city has to be viewed through a lens of climate change, whether it's HR, so workers' health and safety, For example, contracts, construction, everything that is done has to be seen through this lens. And I so appreciate that you've created and supported the Office for Climate Change Initiatives and the Climate Change Reserve. I think those have to be continued and increased with even greater urgency and support. Despite all the other challenges, people need to understand even the connection between affordability and the climate crisis. Food shortages contributing to increasing prices, and we've already seen that with beef, chocolate, and coffee. Those increases have been attributed to climate change, and there will be more. And those are just examples. The broken roads people are complaining about, the thawing and the freezing that happens a lot during the winter contributes to potholes, I believe. So increasing home insurance rates because of climate change, and on. We know that we need to be prepared. The city needs to prepare the infrastructure, but there will be the risk of more flooding, of power outages, of other collapses of water mains, just things that happen because of the climate. And people need to understand that so they can understand your decisions as well, because people are complaining about the tax rates and trying to save costs at any price. And this one is not something that we can save on. Unfortunately, it's just happening to us. Also needing to prioritize where the investments are made. So thinking about climate justice, thinking about people with low income, apartment buildings, elders, people with pre-existing conditions are at higher risk. I think we're still waiting for the maximum heat bylaw that will cover apartments that are where it's not air conditioning is not in the contract. I think we're still waiting for an answer from HSR about fair optional rides during extreme heat days, so people have a way to get to the cooling centers, or the buses themselves are already running and paid for and can be used as mobile cooling units for people. And we heard about the unhoused people need to be prioritized in terms of solutions for them on extreme heat days and nights where the body can't cool down overnight, and that increases the danger for everyone. And that is all I remember of what I wanted to say. Thank you for hearing my delegation.
Thank you very much, Delegate Sager, for your ongoing participation. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Delegate Jacqueline St. Pierre, Hamilton Community Benefits Network.
Bonjour, hello. Manitou Akiekwe Indishnakas Ajijakindodem. I am a person of mixed race, Algonquin and French, and so I've seen a lot of what goes on in what is now known as Canada, and most of those for me tie into colonialism. So I'm going to start first by thanking the previous delegates, in particular, who spoke about our unhoused relatives, because no one should be unhoused when we have plenty. There's enough to go around. And even like taking away people's tents is just kind of low blow. Really, realistically, there's more than enough to go around if we're not exporting and doing like all this business. So that's colonialism. That's my bit that I'm going to say about that. My name is Jacqueline St. Pierre. I'm a human rights journalist and a staff member at the Hamilton Community Benefits Network. And I'm also in your ward, Cameron. I'm here today as a resident who believes deeply that budgets are moral documents and that austerity has real human consequences. I'm sorry, I mentioned it before or not, my friend died in Sudbury in a tent fire. And it was because she was trying to keep warm. And it was at a place where she was supposed to be allowed to be, where they were, you know. So, I mean, Hamilton can't afford to make the same mistakes. We do need very real solutions to this. And realistically, we are also, I've been unhoused myself or like precariously housed. I make a great wage today, but it's only because other people lifted me up. Everybody has a lot of potential if they're given the opportunity. Pardon me. Austerity mindset, like it reckons to me that same kind of scarcity mindset. And the thing that like makes people clamor and fight each other and hurt each other is generally this idea that there's not enough and that there's like this, just only so much to go around, and therefore it must be a dog eat dog world. And that's actually very untrue. The data is now painfully clear. Researchers with the Hamilton Homeless Mortality Date project report that at least 116 unhoused people died in Hamilton between 2021 and May 2024. That is an average of one person dying every 10 days. Between 2023 and May 2024 alone, 25 people died, the highest 6-month total ever recorded. These are human beings. These are our neighbors. These are our unhoused relatives. And it's interesting to note that actually most people that even consider themselves in the middle class are about a $200 deficit between winding up on the street. I'm housed today, but if something happens to my job, I'm unhoused tomorrow. It can happen to anybody. It does not matter credentials. It does not matter what our jobs are. It can happen to literally anyone, and not just ourselves, but our children. So council has made commitments, including commitments to Indigenous residents through the Urban Indigenous Strategy. These commitments matter. Indigenous people are vastly overrepresented among the unhoused, and the impacts of displacement, family loss, and intergenerational trauma are not theoretical. When services are cut and underfunded, the harm is compounded. I also want to name a structural reality. MPAC assessments have not changed in years, while housing prices have doubled and tripled. Many long-term homeowners now live mortgage-free. Meanwhile, renters and younger residents carry growing instability. This imbalance matters when we talk about who bears the brunt of inaction. If the federal government will not act fast enough, and if the province continues to stall, then that leaves you, the municipal government, and you have more power than you know. So I'll just leave you with that. I'm just asking you to not retreat into austerity or political posturing around savings. Invest in people, invest in preventative measures. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Next up, we have a virtual delegation, Tracy McKinnon from the Westdale Village BIA, Stony Creek BIA, and Lock Street BIA.
Thank you very much, Budget Chair, Councillor Wilson. Thank you for the opportunity to all councillors and all present for the opportunity to speak. I'm just going to comment on really one issue, which is the Blue Box commercial pickup pilot project that's slated to be canceled the end of March. So as Councillor Wilson said, I am Executive Director of Westdale Village BIA, Stony Creek BIA, and Lock Street BIA. So I am all over the city, both ends of the city, and the issues are the same. And while I'm only here representing three areas, it's about 300 businesses, but my concerns, I echo the same for any of the small businesses that are in Hamilton where this is going to affect them greatly. I echo the same comments that were made and support the same comments that were made by Greg and Nadine. And I'll just maybe elaborate a bit more and maybe offer some more information as well. So first of all, thank you very much for this council for being reasonable, rational, and responsible in supporting the pilot program. Now, we understood that it was probably going to be for the year in 2026. So it was really a shock to hear that it's going to end just after 3 months, not really so much a pilot project. And like Nadine had mentioned, we are simply just asking to have it run till the end of 2026 to give us some time to sort things out. Councillor Clark had asked about if we are advocating to the province, because we do recognize that it was Premier Doug Ford who changed the game. And I personally I did present at provincial budget talks last week and am continuing with more meetings with provincial representatives to get this sorted. And we're just asking for time to unload the costs onto all of the small businesses, whether in BIAs or not. Councillor Clark was asking, and Councillor Nan were asking for costs. To give you an idea, where there is a bit of room in Westdale Alleys, the cost of a bin for per month per one small business is $500. So to add $6,000, possibly more, to each small business of 300 businesses is just not possible. Many of our businesses the vast majority are owned by women and newer Canadians. And so the costs on them, they are really just trying to basically feed their families. To add costs is really unreasonable. We would like to see the city, again, continue with supporting small business and supporting their clean and green initiatives as well. Councillor Clark was also asking about the current recycling stations. So they do not accept commercial recycling. It's instead put in the garbage. So that will, if you do not continue with encouraging businesses to recycle after we've worked so hard to get them to buy in and support green initiatives. The reality is that much of that will go into the garbage, which will then cost the city more. I understand the provincial commercial recycling, the municipal commercial recycling costs. It was about 13 million. It's now, with what you're doing now, is 2.8 million. So there is a cost of 10 million saved from what you won't have to spend for recycling in the city for the residential. And then as well, it would just be not great foresight because you will be adding more costs to the garbage and adding to the landfill, which in the long run is not great, but it will just offset. The reality is most businesses will just probably put it in their garbage because that's the reality of the growing costs. There were numbers put out today. The food costs have grown 6.2%, but for restaurants, it's grown about 8.5% just in the last year. So rising costs is not great. And to try to get businesses to do green initiatives certainly doesn't add to the help. So a couple of things that I am trying to advocate, as well as the Ontario BIA Association, is a term called commingling. So give an example, in Stony Creek, our garbage pickup is Fridays. The municipal commercial recycling pickup is also Fridays. So one truck will go down the street from GFL picking up residential, and then 5 minutes later, you could have the other truck from our municipality driving down the same street, stopping at the same building just to pick up commercial. So we are working on the province to allow for commingling and to even push the producers to pick up commercial. But we're just asking for some time to be able to negotiate this. When we did discuss this with the city, we were asking if the Ontario Municipal Association and the Waste Management Organization, they had said everything was exhausted. But like Nadine said, we'd love to have support to go to the municipality. I won't take up much more of your time, but it's just really simple. I do applaud Cameron Crutch's motion. I think that's a great solution that'll help everyone around and for us to get this sorted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Delegate McKinnon. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I appreciate your participation today and all you do. Next, we have Delegate Pierre Roy, an in-person delegation. For folks watching, we're just setting up our tech here.
Great. Thank you for the setup. Good evening. My name is Pierre Roy. I'm a resident of Ward 3. And my budget delegation this evening is about funding allocation considerations for the Gage Park Master Plan implementation. Just make sure I'm on the PDF here. There we go. So the project information can be seen on this slide, with $600,000 being allocated for construction and $150,000 allocated for the operating expenses of the park. By way of background, the Gage Park Master Plan was initiated in 2005 and approved by Council in 2010, with a number of community engagement activities taking place in that time. The master plan intended to respond to the original 1922 master plan and subsequent 1952 plan, shown here as some background. Council ultimately approved a new park master plan reflective of contemporary needs, but mindful of historic significance. Notably, the plan called for a new tropical greenhouse with aviary, relocation of the expanded Children's Museum, skating loop, improved landscape features. And many elements of the master plan have been implemented over the past 15 years, including the new greenhouse and expanded Children's Museum that opened just last week. Other newer park features include the entrance plaza off Main Street and the stormwater meadow shown here. However, as things tend to go with master plans, our implementation has kind of deviated over the years. As you can see on the approved plan, the greenhouse was reduced in size to exclude the aviary, and the Children's Museum was not relocated. This brings us to the current phase of the project, which is a full reconstruction of the parking lot and expanding it to include 175 stalls, with a budget allocation of $600,000 as shown with this concept plan. The purpose of my delegation today is to suggest shelving the parking lot expansion indefinitely and to reallocate these funds to improve other park amenities for the community, not just for vehicles. It's just not something the park truly needs anymore. Aside from the handful of major events every year, the existing parking lot is never full. The expanding parking lot was intended to service a relocated Children's Museum that was to be 45% larger than one we just built, and an 8,500 square foot aviary that was never built in the greenhouse. It does not incentivize transit use or respond to the park's forthcoming dedicated LRT stop. I recognize that there will be a need for parking in the park, especially recognizing the amenities we have there. So in order to accommodate that, I'd recommend maintaining the existing parking lot that has about 160 stalls, and the softball fields can continue to be used for overflow parking during events. And street parking could also be added to a rebuilt and urbanized Lawrence Avenue, which currently doesn't have any sidewalks. Street parking can also be encouraged on Gage, Main, and King, which are often underutilized for parking. Now, with the parking situation dealt with, we can look into allocating the $600,000 towards other park amenities and improvements, including a new off-leash area, restoration work on the bandshell and pergola, interpretive features, and perhaps a skateboard facility. I believe this is exactly what the delegation from the YWCA meant when they were talking about reallocating budget items towards things that better serve our community in more impactful ways. The dog park proposal is the main reason why I'm here. It's my understanding that this has been something that community leaders have been requesting for over a decade. A 2012 petition garnered over 1,000 signatures, but no action was ever taken. This is a timely discussion, as there has been no off-leash area in Ward 3 when our only location was closed indefinitely this spring due to contamination. And even if the Birch Avenue Park were to reopen, it's on the far opposite end of the ward and is not particularly in a walkable area. In addition to the community voices, the Recreation Master Plan recognizes the need for more dog parks across much of the city, listed as a priority element. Cost estimates from 2025 are shown on this slide. There are a lot of benefits of off-leash areas. While the main purpose is exercising pets and socializing pets, in my experience, they provide just as much of a social outlet for humans and their pet owners. Having more leash-free areas spread out across the city reduces car dependency, contributes to complete communities, and encourages intensification, as people will feel more comfortable living somewhere without as much of a big yard if they can have a dog park just around the corner. It also contributes towards the city's vision of being the best place to raise a child and age successfully. In terms of location, there are several options in the park. I would start by suggesting the area that was already slated to become parking, as shown on the right. At 1.5 acres, it's smaller than the existing public works yard in the middle of the park. The area suggested in 2012 is shown on the left, which is where the pump track was ultimately built in 2017. With a dog park and a free run area estimated at $120,000, the remaining $480,000 can be allocated towards other park initiatives, like restoring the iconic 1947 bandshell, which has seen better days. Excess funding could also be allocated to restore the memorial pergola, which is missing flashing on the top of the brick piers, causing some serious moisture issues and deterioration on the brick. As a final option, I might also suggest a skateboard feature. While I don't personally have any experience skateboarding, it's a recognized need in the Recreation Master Plan and would be a natural complement to the existing pump track shown on the top right. And below is an image of a skate bowl built in the town of Oakville in 2021 for a cost of about $270,000. Having an amenity like this would provide a dedicated facility for skateboarders and reduce wear and tear on the historic fountain, which I believe has sustained some previous damage from this kind of activity and has some funding allocated under a different budget item. So to recap, the Gage Park Master Plan could benefit from a 15-year review with new community engagement to guide its future. $600,000 has been allocated to build a parking lot intended to serve buildings that were never built, and these funds could be better spent on park amenities for the community. My primary request is for a dog park or off-leash area, and to also consider investing in restoring historic park features like the bandshell and pergola, and to consider a skate park. Skate park for the pump track. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate Roy. Bless you. Are there any questions? I'll just ask if someone's able to assist in taking the screen down so I can see any of my colleagues.
I can.
Thanks. There are no questions. Appreciate your participation ongoing. Thank you.
Thanks.
We have Delegate Anna Weinberg virtually. I can see you, Delegate Weinberg. Maybe test your audio, please, and thank you. Sure. I'm going to just double check with the clerk's office to make sure it's which end the problem might be. One moment, please.
So through the chair, the delegate just needs to unmute themselves on their end. I've sent the request for the unmute. I'm not sure. I think she can hear us and is trying to do that.
And I can see the little microphone icon has a cross over it. So I'm able to at least see from here when you'll have some success or not. Would you like a few more minutes to work on it? Oh, is there an issue on your settings, Delegate Weinberg? Might want to work on that. And how about we go to the next delegate and I'll try circling back pretty soon. Okay, thank you. We have Delegate Seth Floyd from Acorn in person.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Well, I guess good evening, Madam Mayor, City Councilors, staff in attendance, the public that still remains at this time. My name is Seth. I am a member of the Mountain Chapter of Acorn and a resident of Ward 7. For the 2026 City of Hamilton budget, I am delegating in support of two initiatives, which would be the further expansion of the landlord licensing of small rentals citywide, as well as the maximum heat bylaw. So firstly, the rental housing program, or licensing program, sorry. So under current systems in society, landlording is a business, but if it is a business, it needs to be recognized as such. Businesses come with expenses, and property ownership should not be exempt from that. When you open a business, there are always fees and expenses required to start up and run a business: registration fees, licenses, permits, capital investment in equipment, such as air conditioning, and other ongoing costs. Thus, I think it is only fair that landlords need to license their businesses and invest in equipment, again, such as air conditioning, as this is simply the cost of doing business. So last month, City Council rightfully approved a permanent rental housing licensing program within wards 1, 8, and I believe parts of 14, which to me signals that the pilot program, which was run in these wards from January 2024 to December 2025, was considered a success. Now, I believe prior to that pilot program, some landlords may disagree that that would have been a success, and I believe detractors said that it is unfair that only a few wards are targeted by the program. And to that I say, I absolutely agree. It is unfair that only a few wards have a permanent program. Therefore, it should be expanded to all the wards in the city. I believe that would be the fair thing to do. Now, as for the maximum heat bylaw, I recognize the irony that it is probably minus 10, maybe 15 by now, and I'm about to talk about maximum heat. But I also recognize the irony that the maximum heat bylaw was first advocated for back in 2023, and here we are, 2026, 3 scorching summers later, although it's not the summer currently, but we have no bylaw. I do, however, wish to acknowledge that the City of Hamilton Engage page just opened a project for the maximum heat bylaw, I believe 1 or 2 weeks ago. So I encourage everyone here in attendance to take the survey, make your voices heard, and highlight the importance of this bylaw. So with that being said, barring this very recent progress update, since it has been years, just as a reminder, 26 degrees is the maximum amount that is advocated for. This is based on reporting by the Chief Coroner of British Columbia highlighting that the primary cause of death during a heat event in 2021 was exposure to extreme heat indoors of over 26 degrees throughout that event. So with climate change, summers are only getting hotter. They will only be more severe and longer duration heat events. As a tenant, you are not always in full control of your space, including control over the temperature. This means that on the hottest and coldest days, tenants can be subjected to conditions which vary from unnecessary discomfort to borderline dangerous to their well-being. Now, according to the Residential Tenancy Act, one of the rights that tenants have is comfortable enjoyment of their home. I believe this should include the right not to suffer in unbearable heat. But this is not just a matter of comfort or luxury. Extreme heat is of particular risk to the most vulnerable, the youngest among us, the oldest among us, infants, and the elderly. So that 2021 heat event I referenced only moments ago resulted in over 600 deaths. Extreme heat can be life-threatening. Therefore, the implementation of a maximum heat bylaw can and will save lives. Therefore, in closing, I'm asking the City Council to lead with empathy in 2026. The burden should not always fall on tenants to push for action. We should be proactively trying to improve the quality of life for everyday people living in our city. Therefore, for the 2026 budget, once again, I'm advocating that the City of Hamilton adopt the following: development and implementation of a maximum heat bylaw ahead of summer 2026, and expansion of the landlord licensing program to additional wards beyond the 3 that is now permanent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your delegation. Delegate Floyd, are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Delegate James Quinn from Hamilton. Oh, one moment, Dr. Quinn. We're going to try going back to Delegate Weinberg to see if we have any success.
Hi, I'm sorry about the issue earlier. We can hear me now?
Yes, very good.
All right, my apologies.
Glad we were able to make that connection. Please proceed with your delegation.
Thank you, Chair Wilson, and hello to the other chair members and City Council. My name is Anna Wimberg, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. I am a recent graduate at McMaster University, and I am a passionate member of the Hamilton community. My reason for delegating today echoes the delegations of Delegate Lloyd, Craven, St. Pierre, and others. I would urge City Council to put more funding towards a housing first solution to homelessness in our city, more specifically by reallocating funds from the Hamilton Police Service. As a young person without a stable career, I can feel the threat of Hamilton's housing crisis. I cheer with friends who strike gold finding an affordable housing unit that isn't falling apart, and I suffer with coworkers who can never move due to the extreme increase in rent that they would face. We are all a lot closer to homelessness than we would like to think. It is recognized internationally that shelter is a human right. I believe that it is the government's responsibility to uphold this right by ensuring housing for all people, regardless of their financial capabilities. The purpose of government, to me, is to serve its people, and I have been sometimes shocked to see that those with drug addictions, mental illnesses, traumatic histories, and others are being left out of this. There may be some who try to utilize individualism to support this exclusion. They maybe haven't worked hard enough, and therefore people haven't earned their housing, or maybe they made bad choices and are now reaping the consequences. My question to those people is, do you know what a human right is? Human rights are inherent, universal, and cannot be taken away. If we do not have human rights guaranteed for all, then any of us can have our human rights called into debate. This cannot be acceptable. And if you believe that someone's human rights can be called into question, I would urge you to investigate this perspective. The City of Hamilton must do more to ensure that all people are housed with no preconditions, and they need to simultaneously provide wraparound support for those in need. I believe that reallocating funds from the Hamilton Police Service is a straightforward way to make sure that this can become a reality eventually. For example, instead of hiring multiple officers to evict homeless folks from encampments, those hundreds of thousands of dollars could be spent on implementing a new housing first strategy that tackles issues that many in our community are already working very hard to tackle, such as the Hamilton Encampment Support Network. I was quite honestly deeply disgusted to see how much funding in 2025 was put towards policing to address homelessness. It seems illogical to me that people could actually believe that this would be helpful, truthfully, in any way. Once people from encampments are evicted, where do you think they go? I can guarantee you that this form of addressing homelessness only works to perpetuate it and worsen the lives of homeless folks. This should not be our goal, nor our solution. This is why I believe that it is necessary to reallocate funds from the Hamilton Police Service, especially those devoted to policing homelessness and encampments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Delegate Winberg. Are there any questions? There are none. Thank you for your participation. Now, Delegate James Quinn, Hamilton 350 Committee. Nice to see you, Dr. Quinn. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, Council, audience, others. I'd like to start simply by stating that I very much support some of the previous speakers speaking to the issue of housing needs in Hamilton and the importance of protecting our homeless people. Modern human society developed over 10,000 years of climate stability. Now, over that time, we've developed all kinds of aspects of our society, technologies, and so on. And we've done a lot of harm in the process. Our climate is no longer stable. Our political world is no longer stable. We were pretty slow in responding to the climate crisis. We knew about it for a long time before we responded at all, but finally, there is some understanding. There are many more people who get it. However, given that, enter Donald J. Trump. Global disruption, distraction. People are more focused at various government levels on the economy. And globally, we're seeing a reduction in equity, a reduction in democracy. So we're headed in the wrong direction. Federal efforts are declining. Provincial efforts since the election of Doug Ford have gone in the exact opposite direction. We're at risk of losing our conservation authorities or any practical purpose that they serve, thanks to the provincial government. Climate change is costly, as we've heard. Food prices are up. We're going to be facing more and more increasing costs if we don't do something about climate change. And frankly, and I commend this council, I think this council has done a marvelous job, especially relative to previous councils. But the municipalities are left holding the bag. And I know there are limits, and some of my suggestions may not be possible because of provincial oversight. I'd like to speak to climate change in general, and I would also like to support climate justice. I have a number of items, and I realize this is presented as a shopping list, and you've probably heard about these before, I'm sure you have, but I think it's important, first of all, to support and increase funding for the Office of Climate Change and the Climate Change Reserves. I think that's a very important thing that we cannot forget about, even in this age of economic concerns and upset. I think to improve the way the city responds to this, it's important to improve coordination and cooperation among city departments. I think that there are probably issues of training that could be improved. And I think that the various departments need to, as was mentioned by Miriam Sager, they need to use that climate change lens and use it properly. I know when there was the three-legged stool that some of you folks will remember that became a rubber stamp, and that wasn't really considered. It was just, oh yeah, we've considered these things. It needs to be seriously considered. I recommend implementing maximum heat bylaws, as has been brought forward by representatives of ACORN. That's a very important one. We have to protect our citizens. I would suggest promoting heat pumps in rental units in particular. Landlords need to protect their people that are living in their accommodations. Providing free transit for those in need is an important one. Forestry department, I think it's important that we provide shade in areas of the city that do not have shade. And those areas of the city tend to be those people who are under climate justice, or climate injustice, I should say. So tree planting, providing more shade in those areas of the city. We need to protect the city's green space and our food lands to protect our food costs and so on. And finally, homes for the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Quinn. Are there any questions for Delegate Quinn? There are none. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Delegate Chad, is it Chabot? Virtual? There's no one waiting on screen at present, so we may circle back. We have another virtual delegate, Delegate Evan Ubain. Virtually. Nothing on queued up yet? Nope. Okay. That one's withdrawn. Delegate Stephen from the MSU de Cordova, please. We'll come back in a second. And just a reminder, you can shift the desk up by you so wish. Thank you. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Stephen de Cordova,
My name is Stephanie Henry.
and we're here to represent the Master Students Union on our municipal pre-budget submission. Sorry. Our public station.
If you're watching us online, we're just having a little video hiccup here.
I might have to share the presentation from my. Second.
Tammy, do you need my help?
You can just tell me next slide and I'll move it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonder if I was looking at the new McMaster campus. We wish.
Once again, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Steven DiCordova.
My name is Stephanie Henry.
I'm here on behalf of the MSU to present our municipal pre-budget submission. This year, the City of Hamilton permanently established a landlord licensing program in wards 1, 8, and parts of 14. 70% of student respondents to our Your City survey reported renting in Hamilton, and students make up a large rental base in Your 1, but also all across Hamilton. While this program is a great baseline for rental standards, it can be strengthened to protect the most vulnerable tenants. 1.5 of students live with 5 or more roommates, meaning those rental units are exempt from the program. Successful licensing and rental protection programs have also had effective reporting measures. Students are often aware of their tenant rights, but deferred from lengthy and costly processes through the landlord-tenant board. An accessible reporting mechanism can allow tenants to feel empowered to advocate for their safety and also for the city to track non-complaint units and landlords. At the current moment, there's a projected 3.8 or 38.3 budget increase in the rental compliance line of licensing and bylaw services department budget, which can be used towards these tasks in line with priority 3 of the City of Hamilton health and safe communities.
Next, we'll be looking at student safety. So outlined in section 2.2 of the municipal pre-budget submission, we recommend that the City of Hamilton should provide funding and establish a harm reduction network. This year, the MSU attended the Community Safety and Wellbeing Summit and connected with many service providers in the community. A key challenge that was identified was the lack of coordination among service providers. This led to the dispatch of resources to the same calls while others did not receive any support. There seemed to be a need for a centralized body to maximize resources, funding, and responses, similar to a food sharing network. Harm reduction directly relates to student needs, as more than 1 in 10 students never go beyond campus. And this is often due to stereotypes about safety in neighborhoods such as downtown Hamilton. This harm reduction network can maximize funds to save money while amplifying harm reduction response. The 2026 proposed budget highlights a 3% increase to health and safety communities. This increase is in line with inflation and believe that the budget line increase should be used to create a harm reduction network for the City of Hamilton to help centralize harm reduction services.
And yes. Recommendation 3.3 is that the City of Hamilton should work on the creation of an Urban Fellows program. With over 32,000 undergraduate students at McMaster University, McMaster attracts and trains top talent from across the world. Despite this, we see almost half of our students reporting they won't even consider Hamilton post-graduation. I believe with the current investment that the City of Hamilton places into McMaster and McMaster students, we are not fully capitalizing and we're seeing a return on our investment. For this reason, we are advocating for the creation of an Urban Fellows program. At the current moment, there is a proposed 3% increase in planning and economic development, and I believe that this money should be used to create an Urban Fellows program that would attract McMaster students and allow us to create better retention strategies for those students, ensuring that the City of Hamilton sees an adequate return on this investment for producing such top-tier talent.
We want to thank students at McMaster for participating in the Your City survey to help us develop our framework for municipal advocacy priorities. Thank you also to Council for your time today, and we are opening the floor to questions.
Thank you, Delegate Henry and Delegate DiCordova. Are there any questions of our MSU delegates? Recognizing Councillor Wang.
Thank you for your delegation. I recognize that all of the points that you've brought up have been consistent with all of your other delegations. So I thank you for your consistency, and I thank you for your stick-to-itness for this. So I am particularly interested in your 2.2, which was talking about funding and establishment of harm reduction network. I wonder, could you as we know, many of, there are now the new heart hubs. So how would you recommend that integration between the heart hubs and your proposed harm reduction network? What does that look like? What is it similar? Is it different? How does that work?
I think something that we saw within when we were able to attend the community safety well-being plan launch was that there's a lack of centralization still amongst the current harm reduction networks within the city of Hamilton. Oftentimes they are operating on their own and there's an overutilization of resources for singular needs. So oftentimes there might be one scenario where someone has called and is in need, and we're having two separate organizations respond. And I think where the collaboration part would come through, and also I apologize if I misspeak. I haven't had a lot of opportunity to read through the HEART program, but I do think that there is room for collaboration in towards the centralizing and creating a more effective dispatch system for these harm reduction networks in a similar manner to the food. I know there is a centralized system for food banks in the city of Hamilton, and that's something that we have looked into in depth. And I think the creation of something similar in regards to harm reduction would be beneficial to ensure that we're not wasting resources responding to responding to residents' needs.
Thank you. My second question for you, Chair, is when it comes to housing, you've all been very consistent with talking about student housing and about rental licensing and the advocacy in these three sections. I suppose my question is really around how would you envision sort of better streamlining, because your number 3 suggestion is better streamlining for developers. So how would you envision further developments, or how would you make that? What are your expectations in terms of how we would expedite these?
I think in conversations and some of our pre-budget consultations that we had, something that we realized with this recommendation in particular is also the need for McMaster to come to the table and also have a hand in some of those conversations. And I think in kind of what we would like to see, I would like to welcome more conversation between the city of Hamilton and McMaster University particularly. I understand that at the current moment in time, developments underneath McMaster University are tax exempt. Now, I do also believe that while those non-market rentals are very beneficial, what you also need to see is more, or what those non-market rentals are beneficial, we need to see more of is market rentals. And I think that with further conversation with City of Hamilton and McMaster University, that'd be able to flesh out that a little bit more.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for your delegation. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Nan, just right behind you on the screen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you for your delegation. On the housing one, you had recommended expanding the rental licensing to apply to those buildings that have 5 or more housing units. I just wanted to make sure that I caught that was the entirety of your recommendation, and then I have a supplemental question.
It was a portion of it. So to expand it to rental units with 5 or more bedrooms, but also establish an accessible web-based reporting mechanism for violations.
Got it. Thank you. And then through you, Chair, are you aware of the Safe Apartments program?
I've looked into it, but not in depth.
Okay, thank you. Happy to at another time walk through the connection between rental licensing and the Safe Apartments program. The Safe Apartments program applies to those buildings with 6+ housing units in them and apply a very rigorous process of having staff go in and assess each one of those. So at a later date, happy to talk to you all about that program and how it might meet the needs that you're identifying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Really appreciate your delegation. Just 2 questions from me. One of them in the housing file. One of my years at MAC was the year that the Athenrec building fee went through. And so that was a $25-ish million building that students directly, every student has been paying for $10 a year or so on their student fees. In the conversation around housing and kind of the need in the campus area, have there been conversations around what the potential equity stake the MSU might have? So McMaster has the bigger pockets, aware of who that is. The city also has equity in this. But just wondering if the student union has had any conversations about their appetite for partnering investment as well.
We have had conversations about it, but I do not believe that the National Students Union is looking to delve into the housing market at the current moment in time.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Other question was just on the Student Fellows Program. Do you have some tangibles where you hope that program would be? Obviously, building a program from scratch isn't going to happen overnight. So if you were having this conversation, you were delegating, say, a year from now, and you're saying we've piloted some things out, or we've had some hopeful conversations, we really want to get this going, or we have an idea that we're really excited. Where do you think, some early wins within an Urban Fellows program could be? So you would be, happy a year from now that, yep, the program made some meaningful effort. Where are you hoping that ask lands?
Yeah, I think a good starting place for it, even if you go back one page to recommendation 3.2, is the establishment of a co-brand and portal between the MSU and the city of Hamilton. I think that would be a very good, tangible first step. I do believe at the current moment in time that McMaster does train top-tier talent all throughout STEM. We've seen high investment from this province into STEM at McMaster University, and I think that there is an opportunity to capitalize on the amount of students that are looking for co-op opportunities. So in the intermediary between working to establish a Urban Fellows program, I do believe that 3.2 would be a good, tangible first step.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Thank you. Always appreciate the engagement of the MSU. Thank you, Delegate Henry and Delegate de Cordova. Okay, so we're going to go back to the virtual presentations. We were knocking on the door. There wasn't anyone there virtually. We're going to try again. Virtual presentation, Chad Shabbat. Not seeing anything registering online. Delegate Evan Ubain. There we go. Thank you very much. We can see you. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, a little somewhat faint, but you're able to adjust your mic somewhat. Just in terms of volume, if possible.
How about now?
Very good. Thank you. You're on.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thanks, councilors, staff, mayor, for hearing out the budget delegations today. My name's Evan. I'm a Ward 1 resident. I've been a Ward 1 resident for almost 10 years now. I'm here to talk about mostly the police budget increase of 15 million this year, and once again urging council to redirect those funds towards better uses. The police budget has increased from 8 years ago by $80 million, almost a 50% increase. And just imagining what we could do with $80 million if it had gone towards other initiatives makes my heart hurt a little bit. But thankfully, the police board this year decided to reduce the budget by 1.25 million, validating the call from protesters who for years were said to be unrealistic. So we can do it. I think we have a lot more room to work with, and other delegates have already talked about this. So the increase this year, some of the things that the police services cited as justification for the increase include a new intimate partner violence unit. And while intimate partner violence is a huge concern and an epidemic, last year CBC reported there were 2 officers in this unit. And I am extremely doubtful that increasing the size of this unit by 10 times is the best allocation of funds to address this problem. 2019 Stats Canada report indicated that only 22% of women actually report intimate partner violence. So I would recommend that the funding be directed towards more upstream initiatives. When I think of organizations in the city that do some of this work, Sasha is a good one. Shelters where women can seek reprieve from domestic abuse situations are big ones. So I would hope we can direct the funds there. Another thing that the police services reported for this increase was to do a patrol model expansion, which is basically just having more police officers walking around in key areas. So while I can see how that might make some people feel safer, I would hope that council, after years of hearing, reporting, and people talk about this problem, could see how having police present all the time might not make everyone feel safer. And to be honest, when I think about communities that are peaceful, I don't usually envision cops to be in them. So again, I would encourage folks to think of more upstream initiatives to address the root causes of crime instead of just having police walking around hoping to discourage people who might want to do something. Another thing included in this increase is at least we know $1 million for a dedicated encampment enforcement team. We've already heard delegates talk about this. Housing is precarious. We had a delegate earlier complain about having to pay $425 extra per year on average in rental property taxes. The Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation reports rental prices increased on average $800 during that time. So let's stop blaming houseless people for the situation they might find themselves in, and let's support them getting houses. Another thing this funding is going to go towards is the onslaught of police officers I see in my ward during key university times, like homecoming and St. Patrick's Day. And the main instigator for this was when one year a car was flipped on the street. The amount of officers I've seen, we could probably pay for 10 cars before we could afford the number of police officers in the area. I've heard some councillors talk about how people are scared walking on the street to justify an increased police presence. But again, what about people who have been historically marginalized by police? What is happening in the USA, where people are getting arbitrarily detained and beat up and jailed, it actually already happens here in Canada, just not to white people. In 2023-2024, Stats Canada just released this report a few days ago. Indigenous adults were incarcerated at a rate 10 times higher than non-Indigenous adults. Black population incarcerated at a rate 3 times higher. So this doesn't happen without some arbitrary interpretation of existing laws. And again, what about unhoused people and their interactions with police? What about some of them who are afraid to sleep at night? What about, as delegates before have mentioned, some of them have to climb up a cliff, an icy cliff, to stay out of sight. People losing their belongings because the police make them move. So,
Delegate Ubain, if you're able to wrap up, please and thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So the last thing I'll mention here is, the same request as other delegates. At least limit the increase to 4.25%, or I guess 5.5%, however you want to interpret the levy, like every other department, and no more mid-year additions to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I am going to go back to Delegate Carol Andrews, who was early on the list, but was not marked as present. Delegate Carol Andrews. Okay, thank you. We have 2 pre-recorded delegations I'd like to move to now. The first one being Marnie Shooter of Acorn. It's a pre-recorded delegation. Please and thank you.
Hello, Mayor, councilors, fellow Acorn members. My name is Marnie Schurter. I am the secretary for the Hamilton Acorn Mountain Chapter. I am a resident of Ward 7. I am delegating today in support of Acorn's priorities for the 2026 City of Hamilton budget, specifically demands of the Fares Coalition about free public transit for low-income and disabled residents and full funding for the Safe Apartment bylaw. As a senior who relies on transit, I was disappointed to hear that the Fare Assist discount was increased to only 50%. While this is an improvement, it still does not go far enough for people living on fixed or low incomes. Transit is an essential for accessing medical care, groceries, and community supports. Other cities, including Burlington, have implemented free transit programs for low-income and disabled residents. Hamilton should follow their lead and commit to free transit in the 2026 budget. I also want to speak about the Safe Apartment bylaw, which has just begun rolling out. I am fortunate to live in a well-maintained building, but through Acorn, I know many tenants are not. I have a friend who has been waiting for over 6 months for basic repairs, including pest control and kitchen repairs. She is afraid to complain because she fears retaliation from her landlord, which is a common experience for tenants. This is exactly why the Safe Apartment bylaw is so important. Proactive inspections and public reporting hold landlords accountable and protect tenants, especially seniors, people with disabilities, and low-income residents. Tenants are counting on council to ensure this program is fully funded, enforced, and not delayed. In closing, I urge council to prioritize free transit for low-income and disabled residents and full support for the Safe Apartment bylaw in the 2026 city budget. Thank you for listening to my delegation.
Thank you. If we're able to move on to the next pre-recorded video, which is Delegate Kim Madden.
Good afternoon, Mayor Horvath, City Councilors, and community members of Hamilton. My name is Kim Madden, and I live in Ward 1. I'm submitting this as a delegate to speak to the police budget. I'd like to make the case that rather than expanding the police budget, you divert and reallocate the requested increase to factors that are proven to be effective crime prevention strategies. Our current approach is reactive and costly. The police force was never set up to address complex social issues. The social supports that have been proven to address those issues have been consistently cut over the years. It's a given that in manufacturing, the cost of fixing a problem in production is hugely more expensive than addressing it early on. Yet we don't seem to apply the same truth when it comes to society. There are 3 points I'd like to highlight. First, funds diverted from the police budget could be directed to affordable and diverse housing options, such as housing geared to income and cooperatives. We know from the Mayor's Safety Summit last fall that while crime overall has decreased, people believe it has increased, which contributes to them not feeling safe in their communities. We know that when people have housing, they invest their time and pride in their communities. This in turn fosters a sense of safety and people looking out for each other. both of which were viewed as lacking in the police-commissioned Hamilton Community Safety Survey by Wilfrid Laurier University last year. Second, the areas of crime that were identified as either having increased or in need of immediate attention were hate crime, youth crime, and intimate partner violence. In the police survey, the public recognizes these as complex social issues that require early intervention for prevention. With respect to youth crime, we know that having parents available and not overextended and stressed in order to pay the rent and get food on their tables, and having recreation, education, and employment opportunities are crime prevention factors. Youth are our future, and it's imperative that we create hope and opportunity for them. Hate crime is on the rise, fueled by vitriol, hate-filled and misogynistic talk by powerful leaders and unregulated social media platforms. A public health approach, much like what we did with tobacco and drunk driving, is needed. This can be effective in spreading awareness of the effects of this and holding those who participate in this hateful behavior accountable. Hamilton demonstrated leadership when it declared intimate partner violence an epidemic. We need to see an approach to this complex issue that has real teeth. The request to increase the police budget to address this through more officers won't work. Thirdly, diverted funds could support multidisciplinary teams that have specific expertise working with these complex issues. I've worked on these types of teams, providing a response to families impacted by complex trauma and internet child exploitation. These teams have included clients, victim services, education, child welfare, housing, mental health workers, probation, and police services, as well as services for those who have perpetrated harm. Many of these areas have experienced ongoing cuts to their budgets, while the police budget has remained untouchable and continues to escalate. In my work with such teams, I've seen the benefits of educating each other on the complex factors that influence these issues. These have resulted in comprehensive and creative ways to support healing, health, and responsibility taking, all of which have benefited the communities involved. Thank you.
My thanks to all the residents who delegated today, whether you were in person, whether you came to support a friend, or whether you delegated pre-recorded or virtually. Your participation is appreciated. Thank you very much. That is the conclusion of these public delegations with respect to this year's budget. I will recognize Councillor Crutch. Did you have a comment or question?
Thank you. Just a brief comment as we're about to receive the delegations. Just 2 notes, because this came up a number of times. The maximum heat bylaw will be coming back to council in Q2 2026. It was approved in 2023. Just letting people know that. The work was delayed, but it'll be coming back here in Q2 2026, so this year, before the summer. Harm reduction, in terms of speaking about that and talking about services with respect to harm reduction, just letting you know that staff are currently working with the Greater Hamilton Health Network on a motion I put forward, I think last year, to ask them to look at all the services we provide for mental health, harm reduction, come back with a comprehensive report in time for the 2027 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. So moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Mayor Horvath to receive the delegations with a show of hands, please. Thank you very much. That is carried. We have some written delegations that have to be received as well. Lynn Folks, Amber, do I have to read these? Should I read it? No? Okay. It is moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Ted McMeekin to receive the delegations. Show of hands, please. Carried. Thank you. We are at adjournment. Have a safe and lovely evening. Thank you again. Thank you.